Welcome to the Crow's Tavern. Tonight, we'll journey back to the time of the Norse people, exploring their villages, customs, and daily lives as we drift toward peaceful sleep together. After our story ends, you'll hear the gentle sounds of a crackling fire that will continue for hours without interruption. These soothing sounds will help guide you into a deep and restful sleep. Now let us begin our journey into the Viking world and allow the ancient tales to carry you towards slumber. The emerald twilight of Asgard's outer forests cast long shadows as Loki walked alone, his footsteps making no sound upon the moss-covered ground. He had slipped away from the golden halls and boisterous feasting without explanation. Something about this evening had called to him, a whisper just beneath conscious thought that had grown steadily more insistent throughout the day. Now, with Asgard's revelry fading behind him, he found himself drawn toward the most ancient corner of the realm, where the great world tree's presence could be felt most strongly. Yggdrasil, the cosmic ash that connected the 9 realms, existed simultaneously everywhere and nowhere. Its true form transcended mortal or even godly comprehension, yet it manifested in physical anchor points throughout creation. Here, in this forgotten grove, one such manifestation towered impossibly high, a massive trunk wider than 20 warriors standing shoulder to shoulder, its uppermost branches disappearing into clouds that never dispersed. Loki paused at the edge of the clearing, emerald eyes narrowing as he studied the world tree. Something was different tonight. The usual ethereal glow that emanated from Yggdrasil's bark seemed to pulse with deliberate rhythm, like a heartbeat growing stronger as his attention fixed upon it. More curious still, a narrow opening had appeared at the base of the trunk, between 2 enormous roots that curved upward before plunging back into the earth. Well now, Loki murmured to himself, innate caution warring with overwhelming curiosity. What game is this, I wonder? As if in answer to his question, something small and swift darted from the opening, pausing atop one of the massive roots. In the fading light, Loki could make out the form of a squirrel, though unlike any he had ever encountered. Its fur shimmered with subtle iridescence, and its eyes, far too knowing for a mere woodland creature, fixed upon him with unmistakable intelligence. Loki breathed, recognition dawning. The legendary messenger who traveled Yggdrasil's length, carrying words between the eagle at its crown and Nidhoggra, the dragon who gnawed at its roots. Few had ever glimpsed this elusive spirit, and fewer still claimed to have exchanged words with it. The squirrel tilted its head, whiskers twitching as though amused by Loki's surprise. Then it spoke, its voice a curious blend of chittering and clear speech that seemed to bypass the ears and manifest directly in the mind. Trickster Prince, Silver Tongue, Shapeshifter, Truthbender, it greeted, each title punctuated by a flick of its bushy tail. Long have you walked the shadows between worlds, yet never have you sought the shadows beneath. Loki crossed his arms, instinctively adopting a posture of casual confidence despite his growing intrigue. I wasn't aware I had been invited to explore Yggdrasil's underworld. Had I known, I might have dressed for the occasion. He gestured to his simple green tunic and leather breeches, attire chosen for stealth rather than formality. But Atoska chittered, the sound distinctly like laughter. When did Loki ever await invitation before venturing where curiosity called? No, not invitation, necessity brings you here. The roots stir with whispers, secrets long buried, seek ears wise enough to hear, yet mischievous enough to understand. Cryptic messages from a talking squirrel, Loki remarked dryly. How could I possibly resist such an enticing summons? The squirrel's tail twitched again, this time with what might have been impatience. Mock if you must, but here, beneath flow waters of memory, guarded by illusions that warrior's strength cannot penetrate. Only a mind that dances with deception might find truth in the tangle. Ratatoska darted a few paces toward the opening, then looked back expectantly. Follow or remain, the choice is ever yours, but know this, what sleeps below awakens, with or without your witness. Without waiting for response, Ratatoska vanished into the darkness between the roots, leaving Loki standing alone in the deepening twilight. For a moment, he hesitated. Odin would doubtless disapprove of his youngest son vanishing into Yggdrasil's depths without consultation or permission. Thor would call it reckless. But then, when had others' expectations ever dictated Loki's choices? Besides, something about Ratatoska's riddles resonated with an unease he had felt growing for weeks. Dreams filled with whispers, waking moments punctuated by the sense of something shifting in the foundations of reality. Decision made, Loki approached the opening between the roots. Up close, he could see that what had appeared to be a simple gap was actually a perfectly formed archway, its edges smoothed as though worn by centuries of passage. Cool air flowed outward, carrying scents of moss, mineral water, and something else. Ancient and indefinable, like time itself distilled into fragrance. Well then, he murmured, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Let us see what secrets Yggdrasil guards so jealously. With that, Loki stepped through the archway, crossing the threshold from Asgard's twilight into the deeper darkness beyond. For an instant, disorientation seized him. A sensation of falling without moving, of boundaries dissolving and reforming around him. Then his vision adjusted, and wonder replaced momentary confusion. He stood in a vast cavern, though cavern seemed an inadequate term for the space that spread before him. Massive roots formed both ceiling and walls, weaving together in patterns too complex to have occurred naturally, yet too organic to have been deliberately designed. Between them, stone surfaces glistened with moisture, and veins of crystal caught and reflected subtle illumination from the most remarkable feature of this underground realm. Everywhere, in patches and clusters and winding rivers, bioluminescent fungi clung to roots and stone alike. Their light, soft blue-green with occasional touches of lavender and gold pulsed gently, creating an effect like standing beneath a sea viewed from below. As Loki watched, he realized the pulsing followed a rhythm, not random, but synchronized, like countless tiny hearts beating in unison. More disquieting still, after several moments he recognized that the pulses had synced with his own breathing, expanding with each inhalation, dimming with each exhalation. A responsive environment, Loki mused aloud, his voice sounding oddly muffled in the vast space. Or perhaps merely an illusion designed to create such an impression. Is there difference? Came Ratatosk's voice, though the squirrel itself remained invisible. What seems to be is, until proven otherwise. First lesson of the roots, trickster. Loki smiled despite himself. A philosophy after my own heart. Where now, cryptic guide? Or am I to wander blindly through this subterranean maze? Rather than verbal response, one particular pathway among many seemed to brighten, the fungi along its edges pulsing with increased intensity. An invitation, or perhaps a test, but in either case, the only clear direction offered. With measured steps, Loki began to follow the illuminated path. The ground beneath his feet was surprisingly smooth, almost as though the tunnel had been shaped specifically for bipedal travelers, despite the improbability of frequent visitors. The air remained cool, but not uncomfortably so, and the sensation of presence, of being within something alive and aware, grew stronger with each step. After what might have been minutes or hours, time seemed oddly fluid in this place. The path opened into a smaller chamber where 3 identical tunnels continued onward. The illuminated trail ended abruptly, offering no indication of which route to choose. As Loki paused, considering, a voice spoke from all 3 tunnels simultaneously. I lie with every truth, yet speak true with every lie. I am the reflection that shows what cannot be seen. What am I? The riddle hung in the still air, posed in a voice that was disconcertingly familiar, Loki's own, yet subtly altered as though heard through water or thin fabric. He frowned, mind already analyzing the wordplay. A reflection that shows what cannot be seen. Lies with truth, truth with lies. His eyes narrowed in sudden understanding. Perception itself, the act of seeing, which always distorts, by the very nature of observation. A soft chiming sound suggested correctness, but none of the 3 paths brightened in response. Instead, the voice, his voice, spoke again. Choose then, the path as it appears, the path as it might be, or the path as it has never been. Loki studied the 3 identical openings with growing fascination, a test of perception, clearly, but with rules that remained deliberately obscure. Typical riddle structure suggested the correct answer would be either paradoxical or deceptively simple. The path as it has never been, he decided finally, stepping toward the rightmost tunnel. For what has never existed cannot be distorted by perception, and thus might be the only true route. As his foot crossed the threshold, the illusion dissolved. Where 3 tunnels had appeared, there was in fact only one directly before him, neither left nor right. The other openings vanished like mist, leaving smooth wall in their place. Cleverly reasoned, came Ratatoska's voice, now seemingly from just over his shoulder, though turning revealed nothing. Yet remember, trickster, here being clever may prove less valuable than being genuine. Before Loki could formulate a suitably sardonic response, the path ahead began to change. The bioluminescent light dimmed, not to darkness, but to a different quality of illumination. The walls seemed to fade into transparency, revealing scenes that flowed and shifted like reflections on water. Loki recognized them with a start, moments from his own past playing out around him as he walked. There he stood as a child, jealously watching Thor receive Mjolnir, while his own gift, a simple dagger, seemed paltry by comparison. There he knelt in Odin's private chamber, secretly studying forbidden texts of magic while the Allfather was elsewhere. 100 moments, 1,000 choices, each one revealing something about himself that he preferred to keep hidden. An interesting tactic, Loki remarked to the empty air, forcing bravado he didn't entirely feel, though I would have expected something less obvious. My own memories hardly qualify as shocking revelations. Are they memories? The tunnel itself seemed to ask, his own voice echoing back. Or the stories you tell yourself to explain what cannot be understood? Watch closer, Livesmith. See what hides between the known moments. Instinctively, Loki's pace slowed as he studied the flowing images with greater attention. Between the familiar scenes, almost too quick to register, flashed moments he had no recollection of experiencing. Himself asleep while a shadow bent over him, whispering, his hand on Gungnir while Odin watched from shadows, expression unreadable. His own face reflected in a pool of water, but with eyes that shone with unfamiliar light. Fabrications, Loki insisted, though uncertainty crept into his voice. Illusions designed to unsettle. Perhaps, the tunnel agreed in his own voice. Or perhaps memories lost, hidden even from yourself. The well of memory flows deep, and not all who drink recall the taste. The images faded gradually, the tunnel walls returning to their previous state of root-veined stone, illuminated by gently pulsing fungi. Loki realized he had stopped walking entirely, caught in the disorienting experience. He took a deep breath, centering himself before continuing forward. If this is your attempt to make me doubt my own mind, you'll need to try harder, he called out to his unseen guide. I'm well acquainted with illusion's power to deceive. A chittering laugh responded, closer now. Not to doubt, trickster, to wonder. The difference is crucial. One closes the mind, the other opens it. The path descended more steeply now, curving in a gentle spiral that brought Loki deeper into Yggdrasil's root system. The air grew noticeably moister, and the sound of dripping water created a soft percussion that seemed to match the pulsing light. Occasionally, he passed smaller side tunnels that led off into darkness, but the illuminated main path remained clear. After another immeasurable period, the tunnel widened once more into a significant chamber. Unlike the previous junction, this space was dominated by a pool of water, so still it appeared solid, reflecting the bioluminescent ceiling in perfect detail. Around its circumference, 7 stone seats had been carved directly from the surrounding rock, positioned at equal distances like points on a compass. Upon the furthest seat sat a figure, Loki himself, or rather a perfect duplicate, dressed identically and watching his approach with an expression of mild amusement. "Ah, there I am at last," the duplicate remarked in Loki's voice. "I was beginning to think I'd never arrive." Loki halted at the pool's edge, studying his doppelganger with narrow-eyed suspicion. An impressive illusion, certainly, though I'm curious about the purpose of this particular charade. The other Loki smiled, the familiar expression of calculated charm that he himself had perfected over centuries. Charade implies deception with intent to mislead. Perhaps I simply am you. Another aspect, another possibility, another path chosen or not chosen. Philosophy from my own lips, Loki remarked dryly. How novel. The duplicate's smile widened. Skepticism, deflection, intellectual distance. Such familiar shields. Tell me, do they still serve their purpose well? Do they still protect what needs protecting? Something in the question pierced deeper than Loki cared to admit. He covered his momentary discomfort with practiced nonchalance, gesturing to the chamber around them. I assume there's some purpose to this encounter beyond self-reflective conversation. A challenge to overcome, perhaps? A riddle to solve? Who want? Always seeking the game, the puzzle, the challenge, his duplicate observed. Never content to simply experience without analyzing, to feel without categorizing. The other Loki leaned forward, expression growing more serious. That is your first challenge, to be still, to listen not with the mind that seeks to order, but with the spirit that seeks to understand. Before Loki could formulate a suitably cutting response, the duplicate raised one hand in a swift gesture. The chamber's illumination dimmed dramatically, leaving only the faintest glow from fungi alongside the pool, which now seemed to emit a subtle radiance of its own. "Sit," the duplicate instructed, indicating the stone seat opposite his own. For a moment, Loki considered refusing on principle. He had never responded well to direct commands, especially from entities of questionable origin. But curiosity, as ever, overrode stubborn pride. He moved to the indicated seat and sat, maintaining an air of casual indifference. "Close your eyes," the duplicate continued, his voice softer now, almost hypnotic in its rhythm. "Focus on the sound of water. Not the dripping from above, but the deeper current that flows beneath conscious hearing." Again, Loki hesitated, all instincts warning against such vulnerability. Yet something about this place, about the entire experience thus far, suggested he had passed beyond the realm where ordinary caution applied. With a small, resigned sigh, at first he heard nothing beyond the gentle environmental sounds already noted: dripping water, his own breathing, the subtle shifting of roots as they continued their imperceptible growth. Then, gradually, another sound emerged beneath these surface impressions, a liquid flowing, but not like any stream or river. This was denser, slower, more deliberate in its movement. It reminded him of honey pouring, or perhaps the flow of molten metal in dwarven forges. Yet with an organic quality those substances lack. "I hear it," he acknowledged quietly. "Good," his own voice replied, now seeming to come from within rather than across the pool. "Now reach further. Beneath the flow of memory lies the pool of possibility. All that might be, all that might have been, all that can never be, yet exists in potentiality." The instruction was absurd, mystical nonsense of the sort Loki typically dismissed with scathing derision. Yet here, cradled in Yggdrasil's roots, conventional logic seemed increasingly irrelevant. He allowed his consciousness to expand outward, relinquishing the tight control he habitually maintained over his perceptions. Something shifted, not in the external environment, but in his awareness of it. The sound of flowing memory became tangible, not merely heard but felt, as though he himself had become partially liquid, merging with the substance he perceived. Images formed behind his closed eyelids, but unlike the earlier display of personal memories, these existed on a vaster scale. He saw Yggdrasil in its entirety, not as the physical manifestation visible from Asgard, but as the cosmic framework that sustained all 9 realms. Its roots delved deeper than mere Earth could contain, reaching into primordial darkness where concepts like space and time lost coherent meaning. Its branches extended beyond the known universe, supporting realities that had no name in any mortal or divine language. Throughout this impossible structure flowed the substance he had been hearing. Memory itself. Not individual recollections, but the collective remembrance of existence. It preserved patterns that would otherwise dissolve into chaos, maintained connections that gave meaning to seemingly isolated events, and carried forward the accumulated wisdom of countless beings across countless ages. "The well of memory," Loki whispered, recognition dawning. "Not Mimi's Bruna that Odin visits, but something more fundamental. The source from which all other wells of wisdom draw." "Yes," confirmed his own voice, now impossible to locate directionally. "The original template, the pattern behind patterns. Few perceive it. fewer still understand its significance. As this understanding solidified, the flow of images changed, focusing now on a specific disturbance within the cosmic memory. Near the deepest roots, where Yggdrasil touched most directly upon primordial chaos, something ancient stirred from dormancy. Not a physical entity, but a pattern of awareness that had existed since the earliest formation of the realms. A consciousness so vast and alien that its movements through reality created ripples like a leviathan swimming beneath a previously calm sea. "What is it?" Loki asked, both fascinated and disturbed by the vision. "Older than names," came the reply. "It slept while the realms grew and flourished, dreamless in the deep dark. Now something calls it toward wakefulness. A resonance, a recognition of compatible purpose." The implications settled like a weight upon Loki's consciousness. Something in the 9 realms is deliberately awakening this entity. To what end? O tempest spent. Remains unclear even to the memory that sees all patterns, but its stirring creates disturbances throughout Yggdrasil's structure. Dreams among mortals and gods alike, instabilities at boundaries between realms, ancient powers flickering back to life after eons of dormancy. A connection formed in Loki's mind. The dreams I've been having, whispers from nowhere, sensations of something vast moving in darkness, echoes of its stirring, yes. You perceive them more clearly than most because your nature resonates with change and transformation. Where others see solid reality, you have always glimpsed the fluid possibilities beneath appearance. Loki frowned, still not opening his eyes as the vision continued to unfold around him. Why show me this? What am I expected to do with such information? Knowledge itself is action, trickster. Awareness creates ripples of its own. The patterns shift simply by being perceived. This cryptic response might once have provoked exasperation, but Loki found himself nodding in unexpected understanding. In this state of expanded awareness, the truth of it seemed self-evident. Observation was never passive, but participated in shaping the reality observed. I've been brought here to witness then, to know, so that knowing might influence what comes. In part, his guide acknowledged, but also to remember what was forgotten. Open your eyes now, and see with new understanding. Loki obeyed, blinking as his vision readjusted to physical reality. The chamber appeared unchanged at first glance, the pool still reflecting perfect mirror images, the stone seats arranged in their circular pattern, the bioluminescent fungi casting their gentle light, yet subtle differences registered. The water now seemed to hold depths far greater than the physical dimensions of the pool should allow, and faint symbols had appeared on the stone floor, forming concentric circles around the water's edge. Most notably, his duplicate was gone. In its place sat another figure entirely, one that caused Loki to straighten in surprise and wariness. Odin Allfather regarded him from across the pool, his single eye gleaming with reflected light, Gungnir held loosely in one hand. Unlike the typical stern countenance he presented in Asgard's halls, here his expression held something softer, contemplative, perhaps even approving. "Father," Loki acknowledged cautiously, uncertain whether this too was illusion or something more substantial. Odin made no verbal response. Instead, he inclined his head slightly, a gesture that might have indicated acknowledgement, permission, or simply awareness. Then he raised Gungnir a few inches from the ground and brought it down once, the sound of its impact reverberating through the chamber with unusual resonance. The pool's surface rippled outward from center to edge, though no physical force had disturbed it. When it stilled again, it no longer reflected the chamber above, but showed new images. Loki himself standing before the Asgardian court, speaking words that could not be heard but clearly captivated his audience. Thor and Loki side by side, facing some unseen threat, working in perfect coordination. Odin and Loki in quiet conversation over ancient texts, the All-Father pointing to specific passages with unusually animated gestures. Possibilities, Loki realized. Not memories or predictions, but potential paths. Versions of himself that could exist if different choices were made, different understandings reached. When he looked up again, Odin was gone. Whether the All-Father had truly been present, or was merely another manifestation of this strange place, remained unclear. In his place, Ratatoska now sat, grooming whiskers with delicate forepaws. "Did you find what you sought, trickster?" the squirrel asked, pausing in its grooming to fix Loki with an intelligent gaze. "I didn't come seeking anything specific," Loki pointed out. "I followed your invitation without established purpose." "Ah, but you came," Ratatoska countered. "When countless others would have dismissed dream whispers and strange sensations, you heeded them. Curiosity itself is a form of seeking, perhaps the purest form." Loki considered this, finding the observation surprisingly insightful. What happens now? This ancient consciousness stirring in the depths, is there action to be taken against it? The squirrel chittered in apparent amusement. Always the binary thinking of even the wisest gods. For or against, action or inaction, problem or solution. It bounded across the pool's surface, somehow moving atop the water without breaking its tension, and landed lightly beside Loki's seat. Perhaps there is no against. Perhaps there is only understanding, adapting, becoming. Cryptic to the end, Loki remarked, though without real irritation. The expanded awareness he had experienced continued to influence his perception, making formerly frustrating mysticism seem merely like communication from a perspective too vast for ordinary language. "The roots have shown what you needed to see," Ratatoska said, climbing from floor to seat to Loki's shoulder with fluid grace. "The well has shared what you needed to know. What grows from such seeds? That becomes your tale to tell, your pattern to weave." The squirrel leapt from his shoulder to a nearby root that Loki could have sworn wasn't present moments before. "Follow now," it instructed. "The way back rises ahead." Rising from the stone seat, Loki found a new pathway illuminated, an upward sloping tunnel, different from the one he had descended. This one appeared wider, its walls less stone and more living root, the bioluminescent fungi arranging themselves in patterns that suggested written language, just beyond comprehension. As he began to follow this new path, Ratatoska darting ahead, then waiting for him to catch up in playful rhythm, Loki was conscious of carrying something intangible yet significant back with him. Not merely information about cosmic disturbances, but a shifted perspective that would influence every future choice and interpretation. The journey upward seemed simultaneously shorter and more scenic than the descent had been. The tunnel occasionally opened into small grottos where crystalline formations caught and fractured the bioluminescent light into rainbow patterns. In other sections, tiny tributaries of the memory substance he had sensed earlier flowed along channels in the floor or walls, glimmering with inner radiance. "The roots remember your passage now," Ratatoska explained during one pause in their ascent. Few walk these paths. Fewer still understand what they witness. You have become part of Yggdrasil's knowing, an honor I wasn't aware I was earning, Loki replied, surprised to find he meant it sincerely. Despite his natural skepticism and habitual irony, the experience had affected him more profoundly than he might have anticipated. The squirrel's whiskers twitched in what might have been a smile. The deepest honors are rarely sought deliberately. They find those ready to receive them, whether that readiness is recognized or not. Their path continued upward, gradually growing lighter as they apparently neared the surface. The character of the illumination changed subtly, incorporating more natural light filtering down from above, rather than relying solely on bioluminescence. The air, too, began to carry hints of the forest above, green growing things, cool night breezes, the complex organic sense of soil and leaf litter. Finally, they reached what appeared to be the end of their journey, a circular shaft rising directly upward, its walls formed by massive roots twisting together to create a natural chimney. Filtered moonlight poured down from above, illuminating specks of dust and moisture that danced in the air like tiny stars. Your return to the surface, Ratatoska announced, indicating the shaft with the sweep of its bushy tail. Though in truth you carry the depths with you now. Loki studied the opening, estimating the climb would be simple enough with the root structure providing abundant handholds. Yet he hesitated, feeling there was more to understand before departing. The stirring entity. Should I speak of it to others? To Odin, he asked, the question surprisingly free of his usual calculations about political advantage or personal gain. Drataskor considered this, head tilted thoughtfully. The Allfather already knows, in his way. He has drunk from Mimisbrunner and paid with his eye for broader vision. But knowledge witnessed firsthand carries different weight than knowledge received secondhand. The squirrel's tone grew more serious than at any previous point in their interaction. Share what you have learned with those whose wisdom you trust, not as warning or prophecy, but as possibility unfolding. The patterns shift according to how they are perceived. Loki nodded, accepting this responsibility with uncharacteristic solemnity. And you, messenger, will we speak again? I travel Yggdrasil's length continually, from highest branch to deepest root, Ratatoska replied, already beginning to fade into the shadows between roots. Those who know how to listen may hear my passing. Those who know how to see may glimpse my path. Its form grew increasingly transparent, voice becoming more distant, though still perfectly audible. You have learned much about both today, trickster. With that, the squirrel vanished entirely, leaving Loki alone at the base of the shaft. He stood silent for several moments, absorbing the entirety of the experience before reaching for the nearest handhold and beginning his climb toward moonlight and the world above. The ascent proved easier than anticipated, the root structure seemingly adjusting to accommodate his passage, providing perfect grips precisely where his hands reached. As he climbed higher, the shaft widened gradually until he emerged not through a narrow opening, but into a broad hollow within Yggdrasil's trunk, a space he was certain had not existed, or at least had not been visible, when he first approached the world tree. This hollow extended upward beyond sight, its walls lined with the same bioluminescent fungi that had illuminated the underground passages. Their gentle light complemented rather than competed with the moonlight filtering through a large opening that led back to the forest outside. The overall effect was one of standing within a living cathedral, vast yet intimate, ancient beyond reckoning yet vibrantly present. Loki paused in this transitional space, reluctant to immediately step back into the ordinary world. The expanded awareness he had experienced below was already beginning to recede slightly, adapting to surface reality, and he wanted to preserve as much of that perspective as possible. Memory flows in both directions, he reminded himself softly, recalling the understanding that had come beside the underground pool. Just as the past influenced the present through remembrance, awareness of the present would flow backward to influence interpretation of the past. What he carried back from below would reshape his understanding of events already experienced, as surely as it would inform his approach to future challenges. With this thought firmly held, Loki finally stepped through the opening and back into Asgard's moonlit forest. The night had deepened during his subterranean journey, stars now blazing brilliantly in a clear sky, Yggdrasil's physical manifestations silhouetted magnificently against their distant light. As he turned to look back, Loki was unsurprised to find the opening through which he had emerged now invisible, the tree's bark unbroken where moments before an entrance had clearly existed. Yet, evidence of his journey remained. A subtle shimmer of bioluminescence clung to his clothing, like traces of phosphorescence on hands dipped in certain seas. And when he closed his eyes briefly, the sound of memory flowing through cosmic roots remained faintly audible beneath ordinary forest sounds. The path back toward Asgard's golden halls stretched before him, familiar yet somehow new when viewed through his altered perception. He began walking, unhurried, knowing that while the feast might continue for hours yet, his absence would eventually be noted. Questions would be asked about where he had wandered, what mischief he might have been planning or executing. The expected assumption of disruptive intent might once have irritated him, but now it seemed merely a surface pattern, significant in its way, but no longer defining. Deep beneath his feet, beyond physical proximity yet connected through Yggdrasil's vast structure, the ancient consciousness continued its slow return to awareness. Not enemy or ally, but simply other, vast beyond comprehension, existing according to principles no god or mortal had framework to truly understand. Its stirring would bring change, certainly, but change had always been the only constant across the 9 realms. Loki smiled slightly, pace steady as Asgard's lights became visible through thinning trees ahead. Change was, after all, his natural element, the space between defined states, the moment of transformation, the shift from one possibility to another. Perhaps that was why he had been called to witness what lay beneath, why the whispers had found clearest resonance in his dreams. The golden halls grew nearer, sounds of continued celebration drifting outward to meet his approach. He would return to his place among the Aesir, would respond to questions with deflections both artful and amusing, would maintain the persona expected while holding deeper knowledge in reserve. But something fundamental had shifted, like a key turning in a lock previously unrecognized. In Yggdrasil's roots, beside the flowing well of memory, Loki Odinson had glimpsed not merely cosmic patterns, but also reflections of himself. The trickster, yes, but also the seeker, the witness. The one capable of standing between established order and primordial change, to recognize the value in both. Whether this understanding would lead toward harmony or discord, even he could not predict. But the path ahead held possibilities previously unimagined. As he reached the edge of the forest, preparing to step from shadow into the light spilling from Asgard's halls, a soft chittering sounded from branches above. Looking up, Loki caught the briefest glimpse of iridescent fur and knowing eyes before the figure vanished, racing upward along Yggdrasil's vast trunk toward realms beyond sight. "Until our paths cross again, messenger," Loki murmured, offering a small salute to the departed guide. Then he straightened his clothing, assumed an expression of calculated nonchalance, and stepped forward into light and sound and the continuation of a story still unfolding across the branches and roots of worlds. Behind him, the world tree stood silent and immense against the star-filled sky, its secrets once more hidden yet never truly lost, remembered in the flow that connected all things, from highest heaven to deepest shadow, from first awakening to final twilight. And in that remembrance, in that connection, even a god of mischief might find unexpected belonging. The golden halls of Asgard received Loki back into their warmth and light, the celebration continuing unabated. A few heads turned at his entrance, Thor raising a questioning eyebrow from across the room, Frigga noting his return with the quiet attentiveness that missed little, Odin's single eye pausing momentarily upon him before returning to conversation with ancient advisors. Loki moved through the gathering with practiced ease, deflecting questions about his absence with hints of innocent exploration that led curious minds toward harmless conclusions. Yet beneath this familiar social performance, the awareness gained below Yggdrasil's roots continued to resonate, a deeper current flowing beneath surface interactions, connecting this moment to patterns vast beyond ordinary comprehension. Later, as feasting gave way to quieter pursuits and many retired to their chambers, Loki found himself beside one of Asgard's western balconies. From this vantage, Yggdrasil's immense form remained visible against the night sky, its significance transformed by knowledge of what flowed within its structure. "You wandered far tonight, my son," came Odin's voice from behind him. Loki turned, studying the Allfather with newfound perspective. Had Odin truly been present in that underground chamber? Or had the vision merely represented some aspect of the Allfather's awareness? Either seemed equally possible in the wake of what he had witnessed. "Farther than expected," Loki acknowledged carefully, though distance measured in physical steps poorly reflects the true journey. Odin moved to stand beside him at the balcony's edge, his single eye reflecting starlight as he too gazed toward Yggdrasil's silhouette. "There are paths within paths, and knowledge that finds those ready to receive it." He spoke without looking directly at Loki, his tone neither questioning nor declarative, but simply observant. "And once received, such knowledge transforms the recipient," Loki added, watching closely for reaction, "making them either more or less than they were before, depending on perspective." A subtle smile touched Odin's lips, there and gone so quickly it might have been imagined. Indeed, the question then becomes what one chooses to build upon such transformation. They stood in companionable silence for several moments, the understanding between them requiring no further articulation. Whatever Odin knew or suspected about Loki's underground journey remained unspoken, yet the shift in dynamic was palpable. Acknowledgement of depths previously unrecognized on both sides. "The roots remember," Loki said finally, softly enough that only Odin could hear, "and what stirs within them will reach the branches in time." Odin nodded once, the gesture containing neither alarm nor surprise, but simple confirmation. "When it does, the 9 realms will need those who understand both sides of every threshold, those who can stand between what was and what might be, translating one to the other. His eyes shifted from Yggdrasil to Loki directly, those whose nature resonates with transformation itself. The implication hung in the air between them, offering possibility without demand, recognition without expectation. Then Odin straightened, resuming his more customary regal bearing. Rest well, Loki. Dreams come differently to those who have walked beneath the world tree. With that, the All-Father departed, leaving Loki alone with starlight and the distant silhouette of Yggdrasil. Tomorrow would bring its own challenges and opportunities, its own patterns to navigate within the larger design. But tonight, standing between golden halls and cosmic mystery, Loki Odinson felt the rare sensation of being precisely where he was meant to be. Not definable as either trickster or prince, outsider or son, but as something uniquely himself that encompassed all these aspects and more. Sleep, when he eventually sought it, brought not the troubling whispers that had disturbed previous nights, but deeper visions, flowing patterns that connected past to future, small choices to cosmic consequences, personal journey to universal awakening. And through these dreams moved a small, iridescent figure, chittering wisdom that bridged worlds with every step along Yggdrasil's endless pathways. In the roots below and the branches above, in the sacred space between defined states, there Loki found himself, singular yet connected, separate yet belonging. And in that paradox lay not contradiction but completion, not confusion but clarity that would illuminate paths yet to be walked, choices yet to be made, transformations yet to unfold, across the 9 realms and beyond. The whispers in Yggdrasil's roots had found their listener. What grew from such seeds? That tale had only begun to be told. The silver light of Alfheim's twin moons filtered through the canopy of luminescent trees, casting patterns of gentle radiance across the forest floor. Each leaf seemed to hold its own small reserve of moonlight, glowing from within like thousands of tiny lanterns suspended in the night air. In this quiet corner of the 9 realms, far from the golden halls of Asgard and the ash-dusted plains of Midgard, time moved differently, slower, dreamier, as if the seconds themselves were reluctant to pass too quickly through such beauty. Loki stood at the forest's edge, his usual green and gold attire hidden beneath a traveler's cloak of midnight blue. His pale face, normally set in expressions of calculation or mischief, now reflected genuine wonder as he observed the preparations for the Elvenhome festival. Once every century, when the twin moons aligned in perfect conjunction, the light elves opened their hidden pathways and celebrated the renewal of their ancient magic. Tables of crystal and living wood were being arranged in clearings. Ethereal music drifted through the air from unseen musicians, and elves moved with fluid grace as they hung enchanted lanterns that floated without support among the branches. A festival of renewal, Loki murmured to himself, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. How kind of them not to send me an invitation. He had learned of the gathering quite by accident, overhearing a conversation between Thor and the Lady Sif after their return from a diplomatic visit to Alfheim. Something in their description had caught his attention, particularly mentions of ancient artifacts being displayed as part of the ceremony. One artifact in particular, the Crystal of Ithiriel, said to contain fragments of time from the birth of Yggdrasil itself. Such an object would be worth investigating, if only for the knowledge it might contain. And then, 3 days passed, the crystal had vanished from Odin's vault, where it had been kept for safekeeping. No alarms triggered, no guards alerted, simply there one day and gone the next, with only a single silver leaf left in its place. A calling card, perhaps, or a taunt. Odin had been furious, of course. Accusations had flown through Asgard's halls like startled birds, and naturally, those accusations had eventually circled around to Loki himself, the trickster, the mischief maker, the one who could not be trusted. It mattered little that he had been clearly visible in Asgard when the theft occurred. Old suspicions ran deep. So here he stood, by necessity. If he could locate and return the crystal before the festival's conclusion, perhaps he could avoid another of Odin's lectures on responsibility. The challenge was considerable. No uninvited guest had ever successfully entered an elven home. Festival their magic ensured interlopers were quickly identified. Loki would need more than just a disguise. He would need to become someone else entirely. Loki closed his eyes, drawing deeply on his shape-shifting abilities. He felt the familiar tingling sensation as his form began to change, his tall frame becoming more slender, his features softening into androgynous beauty. When he opened his eyes again, he had taken the appearance of a light elf noble from a distant province. Angular features, hair like spun silver that fell past his shoulders, and eyes of the palest blue, almost white in the moonlight. His midnight cloak transformed into flowing robes of pearl and azure, embroidered with patterns of stardust and moonbeams. Lord Ithilien of the Eastern Glades, he practiced in a melodious voice, quite unlike his normal tones. Arrived late due to the unexpected flowering of the frost orchids in my lands. Such a rare occurrence couldn't be neglected, even for the festival. A plausible story, he thought. Specific enough to sound authentic, but vague enough that it would be difficult to disprove quickly. And the Eastern Glades were remote, even by elven standards. Their inhabitants known for their reclusive nature and dedication to botanical studies. As he walked, petals from the silver trees drifted down around him, falling with dreamlike slowness, as if the air itself were thick as honey. The effect was mesmerizing, creating a constantly shifting curtain of gentle light, through which the festivities ahead appeared and disappeared, like scenes from a half-remembered dream. Occasionally, one of these luminous petals would land on his shoulder or in his hair, dissolving into a shimmer of light that momentarily outlined his disguised form before fading. A subtle interaction with the local magic that helped authenticate his presence. The path wound its way between ancient trees whose trunks spiraled upward as if they had grown in response to music rather than merely sunlight. Their bark ranged from palest silver to deep burnished platinum, with veins of what appeared to be liquid starlight pulsing gently beneath transparent sections, the literal lifeblood of Alfheim's enchanted forests. Loki allowed himself a moment of genuine appreciation. For all his travels across the 9 realms, the natural magic of Alfheim held a unique beauty that even Asgard's golden splendor could not match. The path opened into a vast clearing, where dozens of light elves moved in patterns too graceful to be called merely dancing. It was as if they flowed like water or drifted like smoke, their movements perfectly attuned to music that seemed to emanate from the air itself. Harps and flutes whose players remained unseen, creating melodies that resonated with the pulse of the forest around them. Even the most complex Asgardian court dances appeared clumsy by comparison, and Loki made a mental note to maintain a certain respectful distance from the most elaborate formations until he had observed them more carefully. Tables laden with exotic fruits and crystalline decanters of elven wine formed a crescent along one edge of the clearing. Lanterns floated at varying heights, their soft glow complementing the natural luminescence of the trees and the blue-white radiance of the twin moons overhead. And everywhere, light elves in their finery greeted one another with formal gestures and knowing smiles, their voices a musical counterpoint to the instrumental backdrop. An elf with a circlet of woven moonlight approached. "Greetings, traveler," he said, his voice like wind through summer leaves. "I do not believe we have been introduced. I am Celeborn, master of ceremonies for this evening's renewal." Loki inclined his head respectfully. "Lord Ithilien of the Eastern Glades," he replied, his manufactured voice flowing like clear water. "I offer my sincere apologies for my late arrival. The frost orchids in my province began their centennial blooming 3 nights past." Celeborn's expression remained neutral as he studied Loki carefully. "The frost orchids bloom only when the eldest trees sing to them," he observed. "It is said their music can be heard even in the dreams of those who have never visited the Eastern Glades." A test, cleverly disguised as conversation. Loki allowed a small smile. "Indeed, though I have found the old tales slightly misleading. It is not the trees that sing to the orchids, but rather the orchids that sing to themselves, their voices reflected by the hollow trunks of the silver elms. The distinction is subtle but important for those who study such phenomena." After a moment that stretched just long enough to cause concern, Celeborn's expression warmed slightly. "A fascinating clarification, Lord Ithilien. The Eastern Glades have always guarded their secrets closely. We are honored by your presence at our gathering." The attendants lowered their crystal staves in a gesture of acceptance, and Loki felt a subtle wave of magic wash over him, a final verification he had passed the first gateway. "Please," Celeborn continued, "join us. The renewal ceremony will commence when the moons reach their zenith." Loki moved through the gathering, observing the subtle social hierarchies. Near a fountain that seemed to be made of liquid moonlight, he noticed artifacts displayed on pedestals of twisted living wood. Each object emanated its own unique magical signature, but the crystal of ethereal, a prism containing swirling galaxies of light within its facets, was nowhere to be seen. "Admiring our humble collection, Lord Ithilien." A melodious voice came from behind him. He turned to find an elven woman, whose age was impossible to determine. Her eyes held the depth of ancient knowledge, and she wore a pendant that shifted constantly between solid and liquid states. "Lady?" Loki let the question hang delicately. "Eleanor," she supplied with a cryptic smile, "keeper of memories for the Council of Light. The Eastern Glades sent representatives to us last spring. I don't recall seeing you among them, Lord Ithilien." Another test. Loki adjusted his posture slightly, adopting the stiffness often associated with scholarly type. "I fear administrative duties keep me firmly rooted," he replied with a self-deprecating smile. "The delegation was led by my cousin, Lord Galathil. My own work focuses on practical applications of historical knowledge, particularly the influence of celestial cycles on magical artifacts." Eleanor studied him with an intensity that made Loki wonder if his disguise had somehow faltered. Then she smiled. Genuinely. "How fascinating. Perhaps you might share your insights on a particular piece that has been the subject of debate." She led him toward a crystalline flower that appeared to be in perpetual bloom. As they approached, its petals unfurled, releasing a soft chime. "The midnight blossom," Eleanor explained. "It responds to presence and intent rather than mere proximity. Observe how differently it reacts to each of us." She extended her hand, not quite touching the flower. The crystal petals curled inward, the chime deepening to a resonant hum. When she withdrew, she gestured for Loki to do the same, a potential trap, a test of his elven nature, but refusing would raise more suspicion. Loki extended his hand, maintaining his disguise down to the subtle magical aura that surrounded all light elves. The crystal flower's response was immediate and unexpected. Rather than curling inward, its petals flared wide open, the chime transforming into a cascade of harmonized notes. Small motes of light rose from its center, swirling around Loki's hand before dispersing. Eleanor's expression shifted to genuine surprise. Extraordinary. In all my years as keeper, I've never seen it respond quite like that. Perhaps it senses my connection to the frost orchids, Loki suggested, living crystal recognizing something familiar in my magical signature. Perhaps, Eleanor agreed, though her tone suggested she found this explanation incomplete. Or perhaps it recognizes something in you that you yourself have not yet fully acknowledged. The midnight blossom responds most strongly to those in periods of transition or transformation. The music in the clearing changed, gaining structure and rhythm, an invitation to formal dances preceding the renewal ceremony. The dance of seasons begins, Elenea said. Will you join us, Lord Athelion? Or do scholars from the eastern glades consider themselves above such traditions? Refusing might raise questions, accepting meant venturing further from his goal, yet gaining greater acceptance. I would never presume to stand apart from traditions that have sustained our people since the first dawn, Loki replied smoothly, offering his arm to Eleanor. As they moved toward the center, Loki caught sight of something that made his heart quicken. At the far side stood a throne formed from intertwined branches of silver and gold. Upon it sat an elven noble, whose features were obscured by a veil of woven moonlight. Suspended above in concentrated lunar radiance floated the crystal of Ithuriel, its faceted surface fracturing light into countless beams. The very object he sought. Displayed openly, yet guarded by position and protocol. Reaching it would require more than stealth or disguise. He would need to ascend through the festival's social hierarchy, demonstrating his value to the celebration. The dance began, elves moving in patterns representing the passage of seasons. Loki adapted quickly, drawing on centuries of experience. As the dance progressed, his performance drew appreciative glances, particularly when he introduced subtle variations that honored traditional patterns while adding personal flair. When the dance concluded, a steward approached. Lady Eleanor, Lord Kithian, your interpretation of the winter to spring transition was most elegant. The festival regent requests that you join the Circle of Harmony for the next phase of the celebration. The circle celebrated creation in all forms. Each participant offered artistic contributions that resonated with the renewal energies. When the moons reached perfect alignment, these would help channel celestial power into the forest itself. Loki realized he would be expected to perform, to create something worthy. A truly impressive display would advance his position, potentially granting access to the crystal. Yet, it would also focus attention directly upon him. Words have always been my truest medium, he told Eleanor when his turn came, though whether poetry can stand alongside such visual and musical mastery remains to be seen. Stepping forward into the center of the ring, Loki felt the strange currents of altered time swirling around him like invisible eddies. The assembled elves watched with polite interest. In the eastern glades, he began, We believe that the truest poems are those that change as they are spoken, living things rather than fixed forms. Murmurs of approval rippled through the audience. Loki continued, his voice taking on a rhythmic quality that synchronized with the temporal fluctuations. As he spoke, his words became visible, glowing symbols that hung in the air before dissolving. Moonlight remembers what sunlight forgets. Silver memories in golden moments set. Time flows not as river but as tree, branching possibilities we cannot see. The symbols grew more complex, interacting with the shifting pockets of accelerated and slowed time around him. We dance between was and will be, caught in eternal is, each moment a seed, each thought a garden, each breath a lifetime of possibilities. Loki felt something unexpected happening. The boundaries of his disguise became slightly permeable, allowing aspects of his true self to inform the performance without revealing his identity. Masks we wear like seasons change, necessary disguises for necessary days, yet moonlight reveals what shadows protect. Truth reflected in each facet, self-recognized in others' eyes. The veiled figure on the distant dais had turned, their obscured attention clearly directed toward him. Loki quickly concluded before revealing too much. What endures when forms dissolve? What remains when time unwinds? Only connection, thread through needle, root through soil, star through darkness, binds moment to moment, self to other, disguise to truth, present to eternity. Complete silence held the gathering in perfect stillness. Even the temporal distortions paused. Then appreciation bloomed like a tangible force. Several elves touched their hearts and bowed deeply, a gesture reserved for performances that moved beyond technical skill into emotional truth. A silver-circled elf approached. Lord Ithilien, your contribution honors our gathering. The festival regent requests your presence for the reflection ritual before the renewal ceremony commences. This was beyond what Loki had hoped. Direct access to the dais, to the veiled regent, and most importantly, to the crystal of ethereal. Yet success brought complications. The reflection ritual was unknown to him. The ritual is simple in form, the elf explained. You will approach the regent, who will present the crystal of cycles for your contemplation. The crystal reflects not your outer form, but your inner nature. A reminder that renewal begins with recognition of the self. The crystal of cycles could only be another name for the crystal of ethereal, and this ritual would place it within his grasp. Yet if it truly reflected inner nature rather than physical appearance, his identity would be revealed immediately. Sensing his hesitation, Eleanor intervened. Perhaps Lord Ithilien would benefit from a moment of preparation before such a significant ritual. In my role as Keeper of Memories, I would be honored to provide context. When they were relatively private, Eleanor spoke candidly. The crystal of cycles reflects truth, not form. Those who approach it see themselves as they truly are. For most, this provides valuable insight. For some, however, it would mean exposure. She knew, or strongly suspected, he was not who he claimed. Yet she had warned him rather than exposing him immediately. If, hypothetically, I were someone other than I appear, Loki replied carefully, would not the appropriate response be immediate alarm? Perhaps in ordinary circumstances, Eleanor acknowledged. But these moments between moonrise and perfect alignment exist outside ordinary time. They belong to the realm of possibility rather than certainty. where masks are sometimes more revealing than bare faces. She gestured toward the dais. The crystal awaits, and with it, a choice. Approach as you are, disguised yet honest in your performance, and it will reflect a truth that only you and the regent will witness. Refuse, and questions will arise that even I cannot deflect. And what do you gain from this arrangement? Loki asked, genuine curiosity overcoming caution. Eleanor smiled playfully. I am keeper of memories, tasked with preserving the stories of our people. The most interesting stories are rarely those of perfect beings acting exactly as expected. Besides, your presence has already altered the evening's energies in ways I find refreshing. After countless renewals across the centuries, novelty becomes its own reward. At the dais, the veiled regent extended a hand in invitation. The crystal of Ithariel descended slowly from its position, coming to hover at eye level between them. Approach and see, came a voice from behind the veil, neither distinctly masculine nor feminine, with qualities suggesting multiple voices speaking in unison. The crystal reveals the self behind the self, the truth within the presentation. What is seen belongs to the seer alone. Loki stepped closer and gazed directly into the crystal. For a moment, nothing happened. The swirling patterns continued their dance within the faceted surface. Then the patterns began to coalesce, forming shapes and scenes that became increasingly recognizable. Loki saw himself, not as the elven lord Ithrion, but as his true self, standing at crossroads both literal and metaphorical. Multiple versions of his past and potential future selves appeared and dissolved. Loki the loyal brother, fighting alongside Thor. Loki the bitter outcast, consumed by jealousy. Loki the king, seated upon various thrones. Loki the wanderer, finding joy in unexpected places. More surprising were the emotional truths reflected in these images. He saw his longing for acceptance, his fear of rejection, his pride in his unique abilities, his secret satisfaction in subverting expectations. He saw the pleasure he took in chaos, not merely for destruction's sake, but for the possibilities that emerged when rigid structures were disrupted. Most unexpected of all, he saw himself as he was at this very moment, engaged in deception, yet finding unexpected authenticity in the performance. The crystal showed his surprise at the genuine appreciation his poetry had received, his reluctant respect for Eleanor's perceptiveness, his curiosity about a celebration that honored transformation and renewal rather than mere tradition. The images shifted faster, blending and separating in patterns that reflected the fractured yet coherent nature of identity itself. There was no judgment in these reflections, no condemnation or approval, only recognition, as if the crystals served as a mirror that reflected not light but truth. As the visions began to fade, Loki became aware that tears had formed in his eyes, an involuntary response to being truly seen without being immediately categorized, accepted, or rejected based on predetermined expectations. It was a novel experience for one accustomed to either adulation or suspicion, rarely anything between. When he finally looked up from the crystal, he found the veiled regents studying him with an intensity he could feel despite not seeing their face. The attendants and even Alana seemed distant, as if he and the regent existed temporarily in a pocket of space and time separate from the main celebration. What you have seen is yours alone, the regent's multi-layered voice confirmed. Yet I too have witnessed a reflection, not of your specific visions, but of their nature and impact. Few approach the crystal with such complexity. The veiled figure leaned forward slightly, their next words pitched for Loki's ears only. Trickster, shapeshifter, liar, poet, you contain contradictions that would tear lesser beings apart, yet you dance between them with unexpected grace. You seek the crystal for reasons you yourself do not fully understand, drawn by curiosity as much as obligation. The crystal you seek has already given you its primary gift, the regent continued. What remains is a choice. You may take what you came for and return to those who sent you, duty discharged if purpose unfulfilled, or you may remain until the renewal completes, participating not as Lord Ithilien but as yourself disguised, experiencing transformation rather than merely performing it. You would allow a known deceiver to witness your sacred ceremony? Loki asked, keeping his voice low. Knowing my nature and my initial intentions, Briluisi, the Almari Regino, celebrates transformation in all forms. What could be more fitting than honoring change by changing our responses to unexpected visitors? The regent gestured, causing the crystal to drift closer. Besides, your presence was anticipated. The crystal has awaited reunion with Asgard. The question was only which messenger would answer its call. The theft was orchestrated, a test rather than true theft. Reality is rarely so simple as either/or, came the enigmatic response. The crystal travels where renewal is needed. Its residence in Asgard's vault was never meant to be permanent. That Odin sent you suggests wisdom on the All-Father's part, whether conscious or intuitive. And if I choose to stay, what role would I play? Your identity remains yours to reveal or conceal, the regent assured him. As for your role, what better role for the god of mischief than master of transitions during a ceremony of transformation? The offer was tempting. To participate openly, yet still in disguise, acknowledged, yet not exposed. It represented a freedom Loki rarely experienced. I will stay, he decided, surprising himself with the certainty in his voice. The celebration shifted as the twin moons approached perfect alignment. The music swelled, instruments producing impossible harmonies. Elven dancers formed constellation patterns across the clearing. The transition phase, explained a young elf named Liriel, who had recognized Loki's nature yet chosen to help him. This is when the old cycle formally ends and the new begins. The master of transitions will be called to guide the transformation. Loki felt a pull, not physical, but something deeper, connecting him to the energy gathering between crystal and moons. The regent summoned him. The moment arrives, shapeshifter. Come and fulfill the role you have accepted. He ascended the steps once more. As he walked, his form shifted with each step, cycling through aspects of himself. Warrior, scholar, prince, outcast, brother, son. Each identity briefly manifested before flowing into the next. Master of transitions, the regent intoned. Guide us from what was to what will be. Show us the path between moments, the bridge between states, the doorway between possibilities. Understanding came to Loki instinctively. He raised his hands, allowing his form to stabilize into something neither fully Loki nor entirely Lord Ithilien, but an integration of both. He reached toward the crystal, interacting with the spiral of light it generated. As he spoke, the crystal responded, expanding to encompass more of the clearing, touching the constellation dancers who resumed their movements with renewed energy. The forest itself seemed to awaken more fully, trees swaying in rhythmic patterns despite the absence of wind. flowers blooming out of season, fruits ripening and falling and decomposing and nurturing new growth, all in compressed time, a visual representation of the endless cycles that sustained the 9 realms. We stand always at the threshold, Loki continued, the words coming from some deeper knowledge than conscious thought, neither fully what we were, nor entirely what we will become. The moment of transition is eternal, the only constant in existence. With each phrase, the transformation accelerated. The gathered elves responded with movements and vocalizations that enhanced rather than interrupted the energy flow, adding their own creative force to the renewing power. The twin moons overhead began to shift from their perfect alignment, yet the connection between them and the crystal remained unbroken, the spiral of light adapting to their movement rather than dissolving. Embrace change, not as loss, but as becoming. Loki's voice grew stronger, infused with conviction born of personal experience rather than mere performance. Release attachment to fixed form without abandoning essential nature. Dance between identities while remaining true to deeper self. The crystal flared with blinding radiance. When sight returned, the forest had transformed, not physically, but in energy. Everything seemed more vibrant, as if previously viewed through a filter now removed. "Well done, trickster," the regent said privately. "Perhaps you found truth you did not expect in the role you played." Loki inclined his head. "I came seeking an object, but found experience instead. A poor trade by some measures, yet strangely satisfying." "Is it truly a trade?" the regent questioned. "Look again at what you sought." The crystal pulsed twice, then separated into 2 identical gems. One remained above the throne, while the other drifted toward Loki. "The crystal exists beyond singular form," the regent explained. "What returns to Asgard is not taken from Alfheim, but extended from it. Connection rather than transfer." Loki reached out cautiously. The duplicate crystal descended to rest in his palm, cool and warm simultaneously, solid yet somehow fluid. "Odin will have questions about how this occurred. Extraordinary as is his nature," the regent acknowledged with amusement. "Truth serves better than fabrication in this instance, though I suspect you'll present that truth with your own It is my nature," Loki replied with matching tone. Laughter emerged from behind the veil, a sound both singular and multiplied. "Indeed, we recognize ourselves in others, do we not? Even across boundaries of realm and form." The regent gestured toward the celebration. "The renewal continues until dawn. You may depart with what you sought, or remain and experience the fullness of transformation." Loki carefully tucked the crystal into an inner pocket. "I think I've experienced more transformation in one night than most encounter in a century," he admitted, "though I find myself reluctant to leave so interesting a gathering." "Then stay as guest rather than performer," the regent suggested. With a bow of genuine respect, Loki descended and rejoined the celebration. He found Eleanor and Lyriel waiting nearby. "So," Elaine said with satisfaction, "the visitor becomes guest, the deceiver becomes guide, and the seeker finds both object and insight. A successful renewal indeed." As dawn approached, the celebration shifted from frantic joy to contemplative appreciation. The twin moons hung low on the western horizon as sunrise colored the eastern edge. "The renewal concludes as it began," Eleanor observed as light filtered through the luminescent trees. with transformation, night becoming day, celebration becoming memory, possibility becoming reality, and visitors becoming friends, Lyriel suggested hopefully. Perhaps, Loki allowed, surprised by his own sincerity, though friendship typically requires honesty about one's nature. Does it? Eleanor questioned, her ancient eyes reflecting the sunrise. Or does it simply require authenticity in the moment, regardless of form? You have been more genuinely yourself while disguised tonight than many are when presenting their unaltered faces. This observation struck close to truths Loki rarely acknowledged. His response was forestalled by the reappearance of the festival regent, the veil beginning to dissolve in strengthening daylight. Dawn arrives, the regent announced. With it comes the conclusion of our renewal and the revelation of identity. The veil dissipated completely, revealing features that caused Loki to freeze in momentary shock. The regent was not one person, but three, identical triplets, whose appearances had been merged by the veil's distorting effect. More surprisingly, they were not unknown to him. He recognized them immediately as diplomats who had visited Asgard frequently during his youth. Elven sisters known for their wisdom and their unusual ability to speak as one voice when serving in ceremonial roles. The Ladies of Harmony, he murmured, memory supplying the title they were known by in Asgard's court. The central sister smiled in acknowledgement. Among other names, yes. Identity, like form, adapts to context and need. Her gaze, now visible without the veil's interference, held knowing amusement. As you well understand, Loki Odinson, the use of his true name, spoken quietly enough that only those immediately present could hear, confirmed what he had already suspected. They had known his identity from the moment he approached the dais, perhaps even before. The entire experience, from the ritual to his role in the transition, had occurred with full awareness of who and what he truly was. Yet they had allowed it, encouraged it even, not despite his nature, but because of it. As he prepared to depart, Crystal safely secured, Loki found himself experiencing an unfamiliar emotion, not quite belonging, but something adjacent to it. Acceptance, perhaps, or recognition of worth beyond utility. Whatever its precise nature, it left an impression deeper than he had anticipated when he first donned his elven disguise and slipped into the moonlit forest. The twin moons were setting now, their ethereal light giving way to the more ordinary radiance of Alfheim's sun. As Loki stood at the forest's edge, the same spot where he had entered hours earlier, yet somehow not the same person who had done so. He took a final glance back at the clearing, where silver trees still glowed with gentle luminescence. Eleanor raised a hand in farewell, the gesture containing neither the formality of diplomatic departure nor the casual dismissal of temporary acquaintance, but something rarer. Acknowledgement of a connection formed through shared experience rather than shared nature or purpose. Nearby, Lyriel bounced on the balls of their feet, their farewell more exuberant but no less genuine, already speaking of next time, as if Loki's return were a certainty rather than a possibility. Loki returned their gestures, then turned toward the hidden pathway that would lead him back to the borders between realms. The crystal of Ithuriel pulsed gently against his chest, its energy resonating not just with the artifact left behind in Alfheim, but with something within himself, a capacity for transformation that extended beyond mere shape and form, to touch the deeper question of identity itself. Odin would have his artifact, and with it, perhaps a new understanding of his younger son, the one who moved between worlds, not just by necessity, but by nature, finding truth in transformation rather than stasis. And Loki himself departed with something equally valuable, though less tangible: the memory of a night where disguise had revealed rather than concealed, where performance had created authenticity rather than obscured it. As he stepped between realms, Loki carried with him the quiet promise of return, not as conqueror or thief or even reluctant emissary, but as himself in whatever form best suited the moment. For in the softly glowing forests of Alfheim, beneath the light of twin moons, he had discovered that belonging might be found, not in fixed identity, but in the freedom to transform while remaining true to one's essential nature. The crystal of ethereal pulsed once more, as if in confirmation, and then Loki was gone, returned to Asgard with his prize and his newfound insights, leaving behind an empty forest path bathed in morning light and the lingering echo of celebration music that seemed to whisper, "Until next time, shapeshifter, until next time." In Asgard's golden halls, Odin would soon receive both an artifact of power and a son slightly changed by his journey. Thor would likely listen to the tale with his usual mixture of skepticism and grudging admiration. The court would murmur about Loki's successful mission while remaining wary of his methods, but none would fully understand what had transpired in that luminous forest clearing. How disguise had revealed truth, how deception had led to authenticity, how a night of masks had somehow unveiled more than a lifetime of supposed honesty. And perhaps that was fitting, Loki thought, as the boundaries between realms thinned around him. Some truths were meant to be discovered rather than told, experienced rather than explained. Like the crystal itself, identity could exist in multiple states simultaneously, neither one thing nor another, but both, and neither, and something more complex than either. The crystal of ethereal pulsed one final time against his heart, as Asgard's familiar landscape materialized around him. Its resonance seemed to echo the night's most important lesson, that transformation itself could be a form of constancy, that change could be the most reliable constant, that becoming might be the truest form of being. With this understanding nestled alongside the crystal, Loki stepped forward to complete his journey, ready to present Odin with the retrieved artifact while keeping the night's deeper treasures for himself alone. When he finally stood before the All-Father in Asgard's throne room, the expected interrogation came swiftly. "You were gone longer than anticipated," Odin observed, his single eye studying Loki with its characteristic penetrating gaze. "Was there difficulty in locating the crystal?" "Not difficulty, precisely," Loki replied, choosing his words with care. "Rather, an unexpected complexity to its retrieval. The crystal was neither stolen nor taken, but had relocated itself, in a manner of speaking." He produced the gem from within his restored Asgardian attire, holding it up so that it caught the golden light of the hall. Within its facets, galaxies still swirled in miniature, but now they seemed to form patterns, reminiscent of the constellation dances from the Elvenhome festival, though surely only Loki himself would recognize the resemblance. Relocated? Odin's tone held equal parts skepticism and curiosity. Objects of power do not simply relocate themselves without cause or agency. This one did, Loki countered with uncharacteristic gentleness. Or rather, it responded to a call we could not hear. The Light Elves' renewal festival required its presence, temporarily. It has willingly returned, or, more accurately, extended itself from Alfheim to Asgard. Odin's brow furrowed slightly as he studied both the crystal and his son with equal intensity. "You speak in riddles, Loki. Plain truth would better serve this moment." Loki smiled, not his usual sardonic expression, but something more genuine. "I speak the truest truth I know, Father. The crystal exists in multiple forms simultaneously. One remains in Alfheim, while this aspect returns to us. Both are genuine, neither is diminished by the other's existence." He approached the throne and placed the crystal in Odin's outstretched hand. As it touched the All-Father's palm, it flared briefly with internal light, as if recognizing his authority. "The ladies of Harmony send their regards," Loki added. "They suggested it has been too long since diplomatic relations with Alfheim were refreshed, through direct contact rather than intermediaries." Odin's expression shifted subtly at the mention of the elven triplets. "You encountered the ladies themselves? Interesting. They rarely involve themselves directly in matters between realms these days." He studied the crystal more carefully. "And they permitted you to return with this, knowing full well who you were." The question hung in the air between them, laden with history, with Loki's reputation, with the complicated dance of trust and suspicion that had characterized their relationship for centuries. "Demon did," Loki confirmed simply. "Perhaps because they recognized something in me that was particularly suited to this exchange." For a long moment, Odin said nothing, his gaze moving between the crystal and his son as if comparing one enigma to another. Then, surprisingly, he nodded with what might have been a hint of approval. "Sometimes the unlikeliest messenger delivers the most important truth," he said cryptically. "The crystal will be restored to the vault, though perhaps with a different understanding of its nature than we held before." He fixed Loki with a more penetrating look. "And you, my son, what do you return with beyond this artifact?" The question caught Loki off guard with its perception. Had Odin somehow intuited the deeper transformations of the night? Had the crystal already communicated something of its experiences to the All-Father through their brief contact? "Experience," Loki answered carefully. "Perspective, perhaps. The Light Elves view transformation as fundamental rather than exceptional. Renewal as necessity rather than option. It was educational to witness their ceremonies." Odin studied him a moment longer, then nodded once more. "Rest, then. We will speak further of this when you have recovered from your journey between realms." As Loki turned to leave the throne room, he felt Odin's gaze following him, not with the usual suspicion, but with something that might, if viewed from certain angles, resemble thoughtful reconsideration. It was a subtle shift, like the first petal falling at the beginning of a seasonal change. Small in itself, but heralding greater transformations to come. In his private chambers, Loki found himself standing before a polished metal mirror, studying his own familiar features. With a thought, he shifted briefly into the form of Lord Ithilien, then back to himself, then through a rapid succession of other guises he had worn over the centuries, each one a facet of himself, each one both mask and revelation simultaneously. Finally, he settled back into his true form, but with a subtle difference that only he would notice. A quality of presence that reflected what the crystal had shown him, an integration of his many selves into something more cohesive, without sacrificing the adaptability that defined him. "Until next time," he murmured to his reflection, echoing the whispered promise of the forest path at dawn. Whether he spoke to Lord Ithilien, to the Ladies of Harmony, to Elanor and Lyriel, or to some aspect of himself glimpsed through the crystal's revelations even Loki could not have said with certainty. And that, perhaps, was the most valuable gift of all from the Moonlight Masquerade. The understanding that certainty itself was merely another mask, another temporary state in an existence defined by eternal transformation. As the last echoes of Loki's tale in the luminous forests of Alfheim fade into memory, our journey through the 9 realms continues. We turn now from the realm of eternal twilight and transformation to a place of profound contrasts, where silence speaks louder than sound, and stillness contains more power than movement. Where Alfheim dazzled with its silver trees and dancing light, our next destination wraps itself in mists that whisper secrets to those patient enough to listen. Where light elves celebrated the constant flow of change, our next tale explores the power found in absolute stillness. The warmth of moonlit masquerades gives way to the crystalline breath of ancient frost. The playful trickery of Loki yields to deeper mysteries that have slumbered undisturbed since the dawn of creation itself. Prepare to enter a landscape where time moves differently, not in the dreamlike fluidity of elven celebrations, but in the suspended animation of perfect preservation. Here, memories aren't transformed but crystallized, held in perfect stasis for eternity. Listen closely as the winds change, carrying us from the realm of light to the land of primal mist. Twilight draped itself across the branches of Yggdrasil as Loki stood at the edge of Asgard, gazing outward toward the shifting borders between realms. The trickster god's usual smirk was absent, replaced by an expression of unusual solemnity that would have surprised those who knew him only by reputation. He wore a simple traveling cloak of deep green, unadorned by the gold and embellishments that typically marked his status. Tonight, he sought to pass unnoticed, even by the all-seeing eyes of Heimdall. The message had come to him 3 nights prior, not in words or runes, but in dreams that tasted of frost and whispered with voices thin as ancient parchment. A call from Niflheim, the realm of primordial mist and ice, where the not-quite-dead and the long-forgotten dwelled in twilight consciousness. The dreams showed him a path through swirling fog, leading to a figure whose features remained obscured, but whose presence pulled at memories Loki had buried beneath centuries of mischief and mayhem. He had told no one of his intended journey, not even Thor, who occasionally still trusted him despite ample reasons not to. Especially not Odin, whose wisdom would likely prevent this undertaking altogether. Niflheim was not forbidden to the Aesir, exactly, but neither was it welcoming. It existed in the spaces between living and dead, a realm of preservation rather than decay, where ancient knowledge and forgotten truths hung suspended in its perpetual mist. Loki checked the small leather pouch secured at his belt. Within it lay 3 items: a vial of water from Mimir's well, said to preserve memories even after death, a single golden apple seed from Idun's garden, containing the essence of life and renewal, and a silver needle that had once belonged to Frigg, rumored to be able to stitch together fragments of destiny. He had collected these items discreetly over months, knowing their purposes but not understanding their collective meaning until the dreams began. With a final glance toward the golden spires of Asgard behind him, Loki stepped into the shadows between worlds. He did not use the Bifrost. Heimdall would certainly report such passage to Odin, but instead traversed one of the hidden paths known only to himself and a few others who had studied the secret architecture of Yggdrasil. These paths were dangerous, unstable, more suggestion than substance, but Loki had always excelled at walking the boundaries between what was real and what was possible. When the journey between realms existed outside normal time, it could have been moments or hours before Loki felt the air change around him, growing colder and heavier with moisture. The light dimmed to a muted silver grey that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. He had arrived at the outskirts of Niflheim, where the first tendrils of fog reached out like curious fingers to greet new arrivals. Loki paused, allowing his senses to attune to this new environment. Sound behaved differently here. Even his breathing seemed muffled, as if the very air absorbed noise rather than carrying it. The ground beneath his feet was neither solid earth nor ephemeral cloud, but something in between that shifted subtly with each step. And the mist itself, it moved with purpose, sometimes flowing like water currents, other times hanging motionless, as if frozen in contemplation. "I enter with respect," Loki whispered, speaking the traditional words of passage. Not because he particularly cared for tradition, but because Niflheim responded to intention, and for once, his intentions needed to be transparent. The mist before him parted slightly, revealing a path of pale stone that disappeared into the fog several paces ahead. This was the realm's acknowledgement of his presence. Not permission, exactly, but recognition. Loki took a deep breath and stepped forward, conscious of the need to move differently here than he did in the more substantial realms. In Niflheim, haste created disturbance, and disturbance attracted attention from entities better left undisturbed. His boots made no sound as he placed each step deliberately, matching his pace to the slow pulse of the realm itself. The mist closed behind him, erasing any evidence of his passage. Ahead, the path wound through formations of ice that resembled sculptures, or perhaps they were sculptures, memories of forms given temporary substance by the preserving cold of Niflheim. Loki resisted the urge to reach out and touch them, knowing that contact might disrupt whatever fragile magic maintained their existence. As he ventured deeper, the silence of Niflheim became more profound. Not the absence of sound, but something more fundamental. A stillness that existed before sound was conceived. A quiet so complete it seemed to fill rather than empty the spaces it occupied. Loki, who had spent much of his existence creating chaos and noise, found this quality both unsettling and strangely compelling. Here was a form of power he had rarely considered, the strength found in absolute stillness. The path descended gradually, leading him toward what appeared to be a forest of crystalline trees. As he drew closer, Loki realized they were not trees at all, but frozen waterfalls. Hundreds of them suspended in mid-flow, catching and fracturing the ambient light into prismatic patterns that shifted despite their solid state. Between these glittering formations, the mist flowed more thickly, creating the illusion of shadowed spaces between trunks. Loki paused at the edge of this frozen forest, consulting his memory of the dream path. He needed to find a river, not one of the 9 great rivers that flowed from Fergelmere, but a smaller tributary that the dream had shown him, identifiable by stones along its bank that resembled faces in repose. This river would lead to the dwelling place of the spirit he sought, a forgotten seer whose name had been lost even to most of the Aesir. A soft sound drew his attention, the first distinct noise he had heard since entering Niflheim. A slow, rhythmic dripping, like water falling from icicles in early spring. Loki turned his head slightly, careful not to make any sudden movements. There to his left, between 2 of the frozen waterfalls, a narrow passage descended more steeply. Following his instinct, he moved toward the sound. The passage curved between ice formations, growing narrower until Loki had to turn sideways to continue. The dripping grew louder, more defined, creating a pattern that almost resembled speech, if one could imagine words formed from the language of melting ice. As the passage widened again, Loki found himself standing at the edge of a small hollow, where a stream flowed silently between banks lined with rounded stones. In the diffuse light, the stones did indeed resemble faces, not carved by any hand, but worn into humanoid semblance by millennia of gentle current. This was the place from his dreams. Loki knelt beside the stream, studying its flow. Unlike the waterfalls behind him, this water remained liquid, though it moved with unusual viscosity, more like oil than water. Its surface reflected no light but seemed to absorb it, creating the impression of bottomless depth despite the stream's apparent shallowness. "I seek the Whisper Seer," Loki said softly, speaking to the stream rather than the air around him. In Niflheim, water remembered and carried messages more reliably than the ever-shifting mist. For several long moments, nothing happened. Loki remained perfectly still, matching his breathing to the rhythm of the dripping he had followed. Patience had never been his virtue, but here, in this place of eternal preservation, he understood that time operated by different rules. What might seem like endless waiting in Asgard was merely a moment's consideration in Niflheim. Gradually, the mist above the stream began to coalesce, gathering itself into a vaguely humanoid shape that hovered just above the water's surface. It had no distinct features, merely suggestions of a form. The impression of long hair flowing in a current that existed beyond physical perception. The hint of a face with deep-set eyes. The outline of robes that might have been magnificent in life but now existed only as memory. "You are not expected." The voice seemed to come from the stream itself, bubbling up from its depths rather than from the misty apparition. It was neither male nor female, old nor young, but contained echoes of all these qualities, layered like sediment in ancient rock. "Few expect Loki," he replied, keeping his voice respectfully low. "Yet here I stand, having crossed between realms without using Bifrost or Key." The sound was like ice cracking in spring thaw. The question becomes, why does the trickster seek one who speaks in whispers to the forgotten? What can Niflheim offer one who prefers the chaos of living realms? Loki hesitated. Deception came naturally to him, but he sensed that falsehoods would dissolve in this place of preserved truths, possibly with consequences he couldn't anticipate. "I bring a message," he said finally, "and seek one in return." The misty figure drifted closer, circling Loki with slow deliberation. "You carry items of power," it observed, "gathered with purpose, though perhaps not with permission." There was no accusation in the voice, merely statement of fact. "The Ardo offerings," Loki explained, "for the one who once foretold the twilight of gods before withdrawing from the judgment of Asgard." The mist stilled its movement abruptly. "That name has not been spoken in this realm for centuries." A note of something like curiosity entered the otherwise emotionless voice. What business has Loki Silvertongue with one so long removed from the concerns of gods and men? Loki reached slowly for the pouch at his belt, telegraphing his movements clearly to avoid any appearance of threat. "May I?" he asked, waiting for permission before proceeding. The misty figure drifted back slightly, which Loki interpreted as assent. He carefully opened the pouch and removed the vial of water from Mimir's well, holding it so that whatever ambient light filtered through the mist caught its crystal surface. "Water from the well of memory," he said, "to restore what time has blurred." He placed it on the bank beside the stream, then removed the golden seed. Life from Idun's garden, to renew what has grown dormant. This too he placed beside the vial. Finally, he withdrew the silver needle, which gleamed with its own subtle luminescence, and Frigg's instrument, to weave what has become unraveled. The mist swirled more rapidly, expanding to fill the hollow before contracting again, this time taking more definite shape. The figure that now hovered before Loki resembled an elderly woman, still translucent but with distinguishable features. Deep-set eyes that might once have been piercing, high cheekbones hollowed by age, and long silver hair that floated as if under water. Deity are gifts worthy of a queen, the figure said, her voice stronger now, more distinctly feminine. Yet I was never royalty, merely a vessel for truths no one wished to hear. Truth has always been the most royal of qualities, Loki replied, and the least welcome in palaces. A sound like distant laughter rippled through the hollow. Your tongue remains silver, trickster, even in the realm of fog and whispers. The spectral woman regarded the offerings with an expression that suggested both longing and wariness. What message do you bring that requires such precious inducements? Loki straightened his posture, adopting the formal stance of an official emissary, a role he had played before, though rarely with sincere intent. I bring no written words or spoken declarations, he said carefully. The message is in my presence itself. Odin Allfather seeks reconciliation with the seer he once banished. The twilight you foretold approaches, and your voice is needed once more in the halls of Asgard. The mist woman's form flickered like a candle in a draught. Reconciliation? The word seemed to cause her pain. After an eternity in the mists, half alive and half forgotten, Odin remembers my existence and desires my counsel? Her laugh this time held no warmth. And he sends you, Loki, the least trustworthy of messengers. How am I to believe this is not some new deception? Loki felt a familiar irritation rise within him, but pushed it down, maintaining his composure. In Niflheim, emotions created ripples, and ripples attracted attention. I was not sent, he admitted. I came of my own accord, seeking to right an ancient wrong. Now that, the seer said, her form stabilizing somewhat, sounds more like truth, if an incomplete one. What stake has Loki in my return to Asgard's favor? Loki hesitated again, weighing how much to reveal. I too have seen glimpses of what approaches, he said finally. The dreams that led me here showed not just your location, but fragments of what is to come. I saw myself. He trailed off, uncharacteristically at a loss for words. You saw your role in Ragnarok, the seer completed for him, her voice softening slightly. The part you are expected to play in the destruction of all you know. Loki's jaw tightened. I have been cast as villain in stories since time immemorial, he said. But even I have no desire to see the complete unraveling of existence. There must be, he searched for the right word, alternatives. The mist woman drifted closer, studying him with eyes that now seemed to see far more than his physical form. And you believe I might know of such alternatives? That my banishment might have shown me paths invisible to Odin's singular vision? You were exiled for speaking truths that contradicted the Allfather's perception of fate, Loki said. It seems reasonable that your view might encompass possibilities he cannot, or will not, see. For a long moment the seer was silent, her misty form becoming more distinct as she appeared to contemplate his words. The frozen hollow around them seemed to grow quieter, as if Niflheim itself listened for her response. "You have changed, trickster," she said finally. "There is something different about your chaos. A pattern forming within it, perhaps. Or perhaps merely my perception, clouded by too long in the mists." Before Loki could respond, a soft sound interrupted the stillness. The beating of wings. Both he and the seer looked upward, where a shadow moved against the silvery light filtering through the fog. A large raven circled once above the hollow, before settling on a protruding shard of ice, its black feathers stark against the surrounding whiteness. "Jugend," the seer whispered, naming one of Odin's thought ravens. "So, the All-Father observes our meeting after all." Loki felt a flash of anger at this intrusion, but quickly mastered it. "I did not think I could enter Niflheim without eventual notice," he acknowledged, "though I had hoped for more time unobserved." The raven made no sound, merely watching with glossy black eyes that reflected nothing. Whether it was truly Hugin or Munin mattered little. Either of Odin's ravens would report everything back to their master. "It seems," the seer said with a hint of dry amusement, "that reconciliation may be discussed sooner than either of us anticipated." She turned her attention back to Loki. "You have delivered your message through your presence. Now you said you seek one in return. Ask, before our audience grows larger." Loki nodded, acutely aware of the raven's unblinking gaze. "I would know my true path," he said simply. "Not the role assigned to me in prophecies, or the expectations of those who name me trickster and villain, but the way forward that is uniquely mine to walk." The misty woman's expression grew distant, her form becoming slightly less distinct as she seemed to look through Loki rather than at him. "Remove the hood of your cloak," she instructed. "Let me see your face, fully." Loki complied, pushing back the green hood to reveal his features completely. The sharp cheekbones, the penetrating green eyes, the raven black hair that fell to his shoulders. He remained perfectly still as the seer drifted even closer, her insubstantial form now just inches from his own. She raised a translucent hand, not quite touching his face, but tracing its contours in the air just above his skin. "Loki Laufeyson," she whispered, using his true patronymic rather than his adopted Asgardian identity. "Child of frost and fire, neither giant nor god, yet somehow both. The question you ask cannot be answered with words." The mist around them thickened suddenly, swirling in patterns that made Loki's eyes strain to follow. The raven shuffled uncomfortably on its perch, but remained watching. "I will show you instead," the seer continued, her voice now seeming to come from the mist itself, rather than her increasingly indistinct form. "Open your mind to Niflheim's memory, where all paths taken and untaken leave their traces." Loki felt a cool sensation against his temples, as if fingers of fog pressed gently against his skin. He closed his eyes instinctively, surrendering to the contact despite every instinct that usually kept his thoughts carefully guarded from others. Darkness gave way to fragmented visions, not sequential or narrative, but impressionistic glimpses that flashed across his consciousness. He saw himself in countless variations, standing among the Aesir, not as tolerated outsider but as trusted counselor, wandering the branches of Yggdrasil as a solitary seeker of hidden knowledge, seated beside a throne that was neither Odin's nor that of any giant king, standing at the boundaries between order and chaos, with a foot in each realm, maintaining balance rather than disrupting it. More intimate visions followed. moments of connection with others, some familiar and some unknown. Not the superficial alliances or manipulative relationships he typically formed, but genuine bonds rooted in mutual understanding. In one fragment, he sat with Thor not as reluctant brother, but as true friend, their differences complementary rather than divisive. In another, he stood beside a female figure whose features kept shifting, sometimes Sigyn, sometimes Angerboda, sometimes someone he did not recognize, in a partnership based on equality rather than deception. Throughout these disparate images, Loki noticed a common thread. In none of them was he merely reacting to others' expectations or playing roles assigned by prophecy. In each, he acted from an internal center of purpose, defining his own significance rather than having it defined for him. The visions began to fade, dissolving back into the mist of Niflheim. Loki opened his eyes to find himself still kneeling beside the strange stream, the three offerings still arranged on the bank. The seer's form had diminished further, now little more than a suggestion of presence in the swirling fog. "Nate, jo answer, trickster," her voice murmured, growing fainter. "Not a single path, but the understanding that paths are created by those who walk them. The role assigned to you in Ragnarok is but one possibility among many, made more likely by belief in its inevitability." Loki absorbed this, feeling both unsettled and oddly lightened. "And what of your return to Asgard?" he asked. "Will you consider Odin's unspoken offer of reconciliation?" The mist stirred slightly, suggesting what might have been a shrug. "I have dwelled in Niflheim's embrace for ages beyond counting," she replied. "Perhaps it is time to speak again among the living, if only to offer perspectives absent from their councils." Her attention shifted to the raven, still perched silently above them. "Tell your master," thought Carrier, "that the Whisper Seer will consider his overture, but on terms yet to be determined." The raven dipped its head once in what appeared to be acknowledgement, though it made no sound. "Take your offerings," the seer instructed Loki. "They have served their purpose in demonstrating intent. Their magic is needed elsewhere now." Loki carefully returned the vial, seed, and needle to his pouch, sensing that their significance had somehow changed, though their physical form remained the same. As he secured the pouch at his belt, he felt a subtle shift in Niflheim's atmosphere, a thinning of the mist in one direction, creating a barely perceptible path leading away from the hollow. "Your way back opens before you," the seer observed, her form now barely distinguishable from the surrounding fog. "I would advise haste without hurry. Others in Niflheim have noticed your presence, and not all are as receptive to visitors as I." Loki rose to his feet, pulling his hood back into place. "I thank you for your counsel," he said formally, inclining his head in respect. "Perhaps we shall meet again in Asgard's halls, under different circumstances." "Perhaps," came the whispered reply, "though nothing is certain in these twilight days, not even the twilight itself." Her voice faded further, becoming indistinguishable from the ambient sounds of the realm. "Remember what you have seen, Loki Silvertongue. The path untrodden does not cease to exist merely because feet turn elsewhere." With those cryptic words, her presence dissipated entirely, leaving only the swirling mist and the silently flowing stream. The raven remained for a moment longer, its dark eyes fixed on Loki, before spreading its wings and disappearing into the silver-grey canopy above. Loki stood motionless for several heartbeats, allowing the encounter to settle within him. Niflheim had already begun to reclaim the hollow, mist thickening around the edges and creeping toward the center where he stood. The path shown to him would not remain open long. Niflheim's geography was as mutable as its misty substance, passages appearing and disappearing according to the realm's own inscrutable logic. He began walking, matching his pace once more to the rhythm of Niflheim itself, deliberate but not hesitant, respectful of the stillness without being captured by it. The path led upward, away from the stream and through formations of ice that resembled nothing from the living realms, structures of impossible geometry and unsettling beauty, preserved in perfect stasis. As he traveled, Loki became aware of eyes watching from the depths of the fog, not the direct observation of the raven, but something more diffuse and ancient. The other inhabitants of Niflheim, those neither living nor truly dead, who drifted through eternity in half-conscious remembrance. They made no move to approach or impede him, but their attention created a palpable weight in the mist around him. "I pass with respect," Loki murmured periodically, repeating the phrase of safe passage. "I disturb nothing, and take nothing that is not freely given." Whether due to these words or the evident approval of the Whisper Seer, the Watchers kept their distance. Occasionally, Loki caught glimpses of them at the periphery of his vision, figures suspended in the fog like insects in amber, some hardly more than suggestions of form, while others appeared almost solid, frozen in postures of contemplation or repose. The path wound through a series of increasingly narrow passages, where the mist grew so thick that Loki could see barely a few paces ahead. He relied more on instinct than sight, feeling his way forward with each careful step. The silence deepened until even his breathing seemed too loud, an intrusion upon the perfect stillness that pressed against him like a physical presence. In this profound quiet, Loki's thoughts turned inward, revisiting the visions the seer had shown him. The multiple possibilities of his existence, the paths not yet taken but still open before him. All his life, his very long life, he had defined himself largely in opposition to others. The outsider in Asgard, the too small giant, the clever one among warriors, the chaos bringer in a realm of order, always drawing identity from contrast rather than essence. What would it mean to choose a path based not on reaction, but on genuine purpose? To act from center rather than periphery? These were uncomfortable questions for one who had elevated adaptation and changeability to an art form. Perhaps that was why he had needed to come to Niflheim, the realm of preservation and memory, to begin considering them. Here, in this place, where nothing was forgotten though much was obscured, the patterns of his existence became more visible than in the clamor of the living realms. Lost in these reflections, Loki almost missed the subtle change in the quality of light filtering through the mist. It had brightened almost imperceptibly, taking on a golden tone that suggested approach to one of the boundaries between realms. He paused, orienting himself carefully. The path had brought him not back to his entry point, but to a different egress entirely. One that would, if he interpreted the signs correctly, deliver him much closer to Asgard than he had begun. This was unexpected, but not unwelcome. It suggested that Niflheim itself, or perhaps the Whisper Seer through some continued influence, was facilitating his return. Such cooperation from a realm normally indifferent to travelers' convenience supported his growing sense that this journey held significance beyond his original intentions. The path ended abruptly at what appeared to be a wall of more densely packed fog, swirling in slow patterns that occasionally parted to reveal glimpses of what lay beyond. A landscape of soft golden light and vague, distant structures that could only be Asgard. Unlike the hidden path he had used to enter Niflheim, this exit sat in plain view, a formally sanctioned connection between realms. Loki understood the implicit message in this route. His return would not be secret. Heimdall would certainly observe his emergence, and questions would follow. The circumspect path of the trickster had been replaced with the direct approach of the acknowledged messenger. It was, he realized, his first opportunity to begin walking one of those alternate paths the seer had revealed, to step forward not as the sneaking outsider, but as one with legitimate purpose. Before he could reconsider, Loki felt a gentle but insistent pressure from behind, as if Niflheim itself urged him forward. The wall of fog before him thinned further, the golden light of Asgard growing more distinct. He took a deep breath, his last taste of Niflheim's ancient, memory-laden air, and stepped through the boundary. The transition between realms was gentler than his entry had been. One moment he stood in swirling mist, the next, his boots pressed against the solid crystal of the Bifrost Bridge, with Asgard's splendor spread before him in full sunlight. The abrupt shift from Niflheim's muted twilight to Asgard's golden radiance momentarily dazzled him, and he raised a hand to shield his eyes while they adjusted. "Welcome back, Loki Odin's son." The deep voice of Heimdall greeted him from a few paces away, where the realm's watchman stood in his customary position, golden eyes fixed not on Loki but on the space behind him, watching the boundary to Niflheim seal itself once more. Loki lowered his hood completely, straightening to his full height. "Heimdall," he acknowledged with a nod that was neither subservient nor challenging, merely a recognition between two beings who served Asgard in their own distinct ways. "Your absence was noted," Heimdall continued, his tone carefully neutral, "as was your return path. I imagine very little escapes your notice," Loki replied, managing to keep most of the irony from his voice. He glanced toward the gleaming towers of the city, wondering how many others already knew of his unauthorized journey. "Is the All-Father expecting me?" Heimdall's expression remained impassive. "Odin's ravens returned some time ago," he said, which was answer enough. Loki nodded, squaring his shoulders beneath his travel-worn cloak. "Then I should not keep him waiting." He stepped past Heimdall, who made no move to delay him, and began walking the Rainbow Bridge toward Asgard proper. As he walked, Loki found himself maintaining something of the measured pace he had adopted in Niflheim, not from necessity now, but from choice. The stillness he had experienced in the Mist Realm continued to resonate within him, creating a center of calm that felt unfamiliar, yet somehow right. What conversations awaited in Asgard's halls, what questions and perhaps accusations he would face. These concerns seemed less pressing than they might have before his journey. The path forward would reveal itself one step at a time, just as it had in Niflheim's fall. And for perhaps the first time in his very long existence, Loki felt prepared to walk it with purpose rather than merely cunning, to create his way forward rather than merely react to circumstances or others' expectations. As Asgard's golden gates drew nearer, Loki's hand drifted to the pouch at his belt, feeling the outline of the three objects within. Offerings no longer, but perhaps tools for whatever came next. The memory of the seer's final words accompanied him like a mantra. The path untrodden does not cease to exist merely because feet turn elsewhere. His own path stretched before him now, golden in Asgard's perpetual sunlight, leading toward whatever destiny he would forge rather than merely accept. With the stillness of Niflheim carried within him like a treasure, Loki Laufeyson, or Odinson, or perhaps simply Loki himself, continued forward, one deliberate step at a time. As he approached the gates, Loki noticed how different Asgard appeared to him now. The gleaming spires and burnished domes had always been familiar sights, but after his time in Niflheim's muted palette, the realm eternal seemed almost excessively bright. Each color more intense, each sound more pronounced. Warriors training in the courtyard, their weapons clashing in rhythmic patterns. Craftsmen calling to one another as they went about their business. Children laughing as they chased each other through columned walkways. All formed a tapestry of life that contrasted sharply with the preservation of memory he had just left behind. Yet, rather than finding this vitality overwhelming after Niflheim's stillness, Loki discovered that he could observe it with new appreciation. The patterns of life in Asgard had their own form of beauty, different from but no less meaningful than the frozen perfection of the Mist Realm. Both existed in balance across Yggdrasil's branches, complementary rather than opposed. The guards at the gate straightened as they recognized him, surprise briefly crossing their features before training reasserted itself. They made no move to challenge him, though one nodded respectfully, an uncommon gesture for Loki to receive from Asgard's warriors, who typically regarded him with barely concealed suspicion. "The All-Father awaits in the Western Observatory," the guard informed him, forestalling Loki's need to ask. Loki acknowledged this with a nod of his own, equally respectful, and continued through the gates into the city proper. The Western Observatory was an interesting choice for their meeting. Neither the formal throne room where Odin passed judgments, nor his private chambers where family matters were discussed. The observatory sat at Asgard's edge, overlooking the waters that eventually cascaded into space at the realm's boundary. It was a place of contemplation rather than ceremony, suggesting that whatever conversation awaited would be more nuanced than simple censure. As he traversed Asgard's wide avenues, Loki noticed how people reacted to his passage. Some still eyed him warily, as they always had. The trickster's reputation was centuries in the making, and would not be undone in a day. Others, however, seemed to sense something different about him, a subtle change in bearing or presence that made them look twice. A merchant couple ceased their conversation to watch him pass. A group of young warriors paused in their boasting. A guild of sage workers acknowledged him with expressions of curious assessment. Loki found that he did not mind their scrutiny as he once might have. Neither did he feel compelled to play to their expectations with some small mischief or pointed remark. The stillness he carried from Niflheim created a space between impulse and action that felt strangely liberating, not a constraint on his nature, but an expansion of possibility. The western path rose gradually toward Asgard's outer reaches, where the eternal city's noise diminished and the sound of distant waterfalls grew more prominent. Elaborate buildings gave way to simpler structures, then to gardens and open spaces where the boundary between cultivated beauty and wild nature blurred. The observatory stood alone on a jutting promontory, a graceful structure of gold and crystal that captured and refracted the light of stars and distant realms. Loki paused at the foot of the path leading to its entrance, taking a moment to compose himself. He was not nervous, exactly. Such an emotion seemed distant after Niflheim's equalizing stillness, but he recognized the significance of what would follow. The conversation with Odin would be unlike those they had shared in the past, shaped by what each of them had learned in the trickster's absence. He climbed the path at the same measured pace he had maintained since returning from Niflheim, neither hurrying toward nor delaying the inevitable. The observatory's doors stood open, releasing a pool of warm golden light into the deepening twilight. Beyond them, Loki could see a solitary figure standing at the far side of the circular chamber, hands clasped behind his back, gazing outward toward the cosmos. "Enter, Loki," Odin said without turning, his deep voice carrying easily across the space between them. "I would hear of your journey." Loki stepped into the observatory, allowing the doors to close silently behind him. The chamber's interior was both simple and profound. A circular space with a domed ceiling that somehow captured and displayed the stars and nebulae surrounding Asgard. The floor bore intricate inlays depicting Yggdrasil and the 9 realms, crafted from materials that subtly shifted to reflect the current state of each domain. Niflheim's representation gleamed with a silvery opacity that seemed appropriate to its misty nature. Odin turned as Loki approached the center of the chamber. The All-Father wore simple robes rather than his formal armor, and Gungnir was nowhere in sight. Another indication that this meeting was neither trial nor tribunal. His single eye studied Loki with an expression that combined assessment, curiosity, and something that might almost have been approval. "You look changed," Odin observed after a moment of silence. "Niflheim has left its mark upon you, though not in any way I might have predicted." Loki inclined his head slightly, neither confirming nor denying this observation. "The realm of mist preserves more than just ancient spirits," he said. "It holds truths that cannot be spoken in places of noise and action." A hint of a smile touched Odin's lined face. "Indeed, which is why those who visit rarely return unchanged, if they return at all." He gestured to a simple bench positioned to overlook the western expanse of stars. "Sit with me. Tell me of the Whisper Seer and what passed between you." Loki joined Odin on the bench, maintaining the inner stillness that had become his anchor. "She remembers you," he said simply. "After all these centuries, after dwelling half alive in Niflheim's embrace, she recalls the one who sent her there." Odin's expression remained impassive, though something flickered briefly in his single eye. Regret, perhaps, or simply acknowledgement of a past that could not be undone. "Memory is the province of Niflheim," he said. "Nothing is truly forgotten there, merely preserved in different forms." He turned slightly to face Loki more directly. "Did she speak of returning?" "She said she would consider your overture," Loki replied, watching Odin carefully. "On terms yet to be determined." Odin's gaze drifted back to the stars. "Terms. Yes, that would be her way. She always understood the value of negotiation, even before..." He trailed off, leaving the sentence unfinished. Loki waited, allowing silence to fill the space between them. In Niflheim, he had learned the power of unforced conversation, how meaning often emerged from the pauses between words, rather than the words themselves. After what might have been minutes, or merely moments, Odin spoke again. "You were not sent as my emissary," he observed. "Yet you presented yourself as such to one who can see through deceptions far more skilled than even yours." There was no accusation in his tone, merely curiosity. Loki considered his response carefully. "I went seeking answers," he admitted finally. "The dreams that led me to her showed fragments of what approaches, the twilight that has been foretold. I saw myself as others expect me to be, playing the role assigned in prophecies and legends." He paused, sorting through impressions and memories from his journey. "But she showed me alternatives, paths where destiny might be shaped rather than merely fulfilled." Odin's attention sharpened noticeably. What alternative? Loki shook his head slightly. Not specific futures or decisive actions. Rather, she revealed the possibility of choice itself. That prophecy creates likelihood, but not certainty. That roles may be accepted, rejected, or transformed according to one's true nature, rather than others' expectations. A dangerous perspective, Odin murmured, though whether he meant dangerous to established order or dangerous in offering false hope, Loki could not tell. Truth often is, Loki replied, borrowing the Whisper Seer's earlier sentiment, which is why it finds little welcome in palaces. To his surprise, Odin chuckled, a sound rarely heard in recent centuries as the weight of rulership pressed heavier upon the Allfather's shoulders. You speak more boldly since your return, he noted, yet somehow with less defiance. The contradiction intrigues me. Loki found himself smiling faintly in response. Niflheim teaches paradox through proximity to death without decay. Perhaps something of its nature has rubbed off on me. Perhaps. Odin's expression grew more serious. The raven reported that you carried items of power as offerings. Water from Mimir's well, a seed from Idun's garden, and, he hesitated, a needle that once belonged to Frigg. The slight emphasis on the last item carried layers of meaning. Frigg's possessions were sacred to Odin, tangible connections to the wife he had loved beyond measure. For Loki to have acquired one, even something as seemingly trivial as a needle, represented either grave transgression or profound purpose. Demons were gathered with intent, Loki acknowledged, though I did not fully understand their collective meaning until the dreams began. And now? Odin asked, watching him closely. Loki's hand moved to the pouch at his belt, though he did not open it. Now I believe they represent aspects of what was shown to me in Niflheim. Memory that preserves truth, life that continues to grow and adapt, and the means to weave new patterns from existing threads of fate. Odin was silent for several long moments, his gaze now distant, as if seeing across time rather than merely space. The Norns weave as they must, he said finally, but perhaps the tapestry allows for more variation than even I have believed possible. The admission, for it was an admission of potential error or at least limited perspective from one who rarely acknowledged either, hung between them, significant in its implications. If Odin himself could consider alternatives to the prophecies that had shaped Asgard's preparations for millennia, then truly the foundations of certainty were shifting. Will you send for her? Loki asked, returning to the original subject of their conversation, the Whisper Seer. Odin rose from the bench, moving to stand at the observatory's edge, where the view of stars was clearest. Not yet, he decided. Let her consider what your visit represents. Sometimes the space between offer and acceptance is where wisdom ripens. Again, Loki noted the parallel to Niflheim's own nature, the value of pause, of stillness, of time for reflection. Perhaps Odin understood more about the Mist Realm than he had previously acknowledged. And what of your wandering son? Loki asked, the question emerging before he had fully formed the thought behind it. What place awaits him in Asgard, now that he returns neither triumphant nor defeated but merely changed? Odin turned back toward him, something like genuine warmth in his expression. That, he said, may depend on what change you choose to embrace or discard. Asgard has many needs as the realms shift toward uncertainty. Some that might be served by skills you have long possessed, others by wisdom newly acquired. It was not a direct answer, but Loki had not expected one. The relationship between them had always been complex. Father and adopted son, king and subject, mentor and occasionally rival. Simple declarations had never been their way. "I will consider what Niflheim has taught me," Loki said, rising to his feet. "And what may be built upon that foundation?" Odin nodded, seemingly satisfied with this response. "Do so. We will speak again when thoughts have settled, like silt in clear water." He gestured toward the observatory doors, which silently opened once more. "Rest now. The journey between realms taxes even the strongest spirit." Loki recognized the dismissal, courteous though it was. He bowed slightly, a gesture of respect rather than subservience, and turned to leave. At the threshold he paused, looking back at Odin's solitary figure against the backdrop of stars. "She remembered your true name," he said softly. "The one spoken before you became All-Father. She whispered it like a prayer, or perhaps a key." Odin stilled, his back to Loki, but something in his posture suggested both tension and longing. "Some names are best left in memory," he replied after a moment. "Preserved, but not spoken aloud, where the present might be reshaped by their power." Loki nodded, though Odin could not see the gesture. "As you say." He stepped through the doorway into the cool evening air of Asgard, leaving the All-Father to his contemplation of stars and fates and names long unuttered. The walk back through Asgard's quieting streets gave Loki time to reflect on the conversation and its implications. Odin had neither condemned nor praised his unauthorized journey to Niflheim, had neither rejected nor embraced the possibility of alternate paths through the prophesied twilight. The All-Father's responses had been measured, thoughtful, perhaps even influenced by his own growing awareness that established certainties might no longer be as fixed as once believed. By the time Loki reached his own chambers in a quieter section of the palace, night had fully descended upon Asgard. Servants had lit lamps and left fresh clothing, but otherwise the rooms remained as he had left them. Books and scrolls arranged in organized chaos, magical implements carefully stored in cabinets of various woods chosen for their particular resonances. Windows open to the night air. He moved through the space slowly, reacquainting himself with its details after his time away. Though his journey to Niflheim had not been lengthy by objective measurement, it had created a sense of distance greater than mere time could account for. The Loki who had left these chambers in secrecy and purpose was not quite the same as the one who returned, with stillness in his core and possibility in his mind. Removing his travel-worn cloak, Loki carefully extracted the pouch from his belt and placed it on a small table of dark wood. He opened it, removing each item with deliberate care. The crystal vial of water from Mimir's well, the golden seed from Idun's garden, and Frigg's silver needle, which caught the lamplight and seemed to hold it for a moment before releasing it again. The objects, unremarkable in appearance, yet profound in their connections and potential. They had served their immediate purpose in demonstrating the seriousness of his intent to the Whisperseer, but Loki sensed they held significance beyond that initial use. Like the visions he had been shown in Niflheim, these items represented aspects of what might yet be: memory, renewal, and the weaving of new patterns within the existing fabric of fate. He arranged them in a triangle on the table's surface, studying the relationship between them. After a moment's consideration, he reached for a small wooden box inlaid with runes of containment and preservation. Opening it, he carefully placed the three objects inside. where they would remain secure until their purpose became clear. That task complete, Loki moved to the largest window of his chambers, which overlooked a section of Asgard's gardens and, beyond them, the glittering expanse of stars. The night was clear, each celestial light distinct against the velvet darkness. Beyond the familiar constellations that had shone above Asgard since time immemorial, faint auroras shimmered at the edges of perception, ribbons of color that marked the boundaries between realms, visible only under certain conditions of atmosphere and awareness. Loki stood watching these ethereal displays, allowing their subtle movements to lull his mind toward rest. The stillness he had learned in Niflheim remained with him, creating a foundation of calm beneath the naturally quick currents of his thoughts. For perhaps the first time in centuries, he felt no immediate urge toward action or reaction, no scheme demanding implementation, no scheme requiring redress, no expectation demanding either fulfillment or subversion. In this unusual state of equilibrium, Loki found himself considering the figure of the Whisper Seer more closely. She had been banished for speaking truth that contradicted Odin's understanding of fate. Yet now the Allfather seemed willing to consider her return. What had changed in the intervening centuries? Was it merely the approach of Ragnarok creating desperation for any advantage, any alternative perspective? Or had Odin himself evolved in his understanding, coming to recognize that multiple truths might coexist where prophecy was concerned? Questions without immediate answers, yet Loki found he could hold them in mind without frustration. Niflheim had taught him the value of suspended judgment, of allowing understanding to emerge in its own time rather than forcing conclusions. Perhaps this, too, was part of the change that both he and Odin had sensed in him, a willingness to exist in the space between certainties, finding strength in possibility rather than definition. As night deepened around him, Loki finally turned from the window and prepared for rest. Tomorrow would bring its own challenges and revelations as Asgard adjusted to his return and he to the renewed complexity of life among the Aesir. There would be questions from Thor, curiosity from Heimdall, wariness from those who had always mistrusted his motives. The paths he might walk remained multiple, their destinations unclear. Yet as he settled into sleep, Loki carried with him a sense of potential previously unfamiliar. Not the potential for mischief or disruption that had always been his trademark, but the potential for genuine choice, independent of others' expectations or prophecy's demands. Niflheim's mists had cleared to reveal not one predetermined future but many possible ones, each waiting to be shaped by conscious intent rather than resigned acceptance. The gates of Asgard had opened before him, and Loki had passed through them without hesitation, leaving Niflheim's mists behind, but carrying its most valuable lesson within, that in perfect stillness, transformation becomes possible. And transformation had always been his greatest gift, though perhaps never before applied to himself with such conscious intent. Whatever awaited him in the days to come, judgment or opportunity, censure or recognition, Loki would meet it not as the expected trickster, but as something both more and less predictable, himself, still in the process of becoming. As Loki drifted into sleep in his chambers, the lessons of Niflheim still resonating within him, the cosmic threads of Yggdrasil continued their eternal weave across the 9 realms. The stillness he had discovered in the realm of mist and memory was but one aspect of the world tree's vast tapestry. Elsewhere, in realms of light and growth, of knowledge and dreams, other stories unfolded in their own rhythms. The silver light of distant stars filtered through Asgard's night, carrying whispers from across the cosmos. Among these celestial murmurs came hints of activity from Vanaheim, the sister realm to Asgard, home to the Vanir gods of fertility, wisdom, and prescience. There, where forests grew lush and deep, where rivers ran with waters of insight, another tale was taking shape beneath canopies of ancient trees whose roots drank from wells of dreams. While Niflheim preserved in stillness, Vanaheim transformed through growth. Where one realm taught the value of silence and memory, the other revealed the power of vision and becoming. Yet both shared the profound magic that exists in the spaces between realms and beings, between what is and what might be, between waking and dreaming. And so, as one journey through mist and memory concludes, another begins amidst the verdant splendor of Vanaheim, where dreams take form and duels are fought not with weapons of steel, but with visions that reshape reality itself. And now, we journey from the realm of fog and whispers to a place where dreams hold tangible power, where thoughts bloom like flowers, and where battles are won through insight rather than might. Close your eyes and follow the branches of Yggdrasil as they lead us to our next tale. The amber light of late afternoon filtered through the ancient ash trees of Vanaheim, casting dappled patterns across the moss-covered ground. Loki moved through the forest with uncharacteristic caution, his usual confidence tempered by unfamiliarity with this realm of growth and dreams. Unlike the golden halls of Asgard or the primal wilderness of Jotunheim, Vanaheim possessed a quality that defied easy understanding, a subtle magic that permeated every leaf, stone, and whisper of wind. Ridiculous errand, Loki muttered to himself, pushing aside a curtain of luminescent vines that seemed to reach for him with gentle curiosity. Fetch a branch from the dreaming tree, Odin says. A simple task, he claims, yet sends me to the one realm where even my silver tongue holds less sway than elsewhere. The truth, though Loki would admit it to none, was that Vanaheim unsettled him. Here the Vanir gods held dominion, their magic focused on fertility, dreams, and prophecy rather than the warfare and feast hall revelry of the Aesir. Here, Loki's carefully crafted masks and illusions sometimes slipped without his intention, revealing glimpses of truths he preferred to keep hidden. Still, a request from the All-Father could not be ignored, particularly when delivered with that particular gleam in Odin's single eye that suggested he knew more about the consequences of refusal than he cared to share. And so Loki found himself deep in Vanaheim's enchanted forest, seeking a tree that was said to exist simultaneously in the waking world and the realm of dreams. The path ahead forked unexpectedly, one trail continuing through the dense woodland, while the other led toward a clearing bathed in unusually bright light. Loki hesitated, studying both options with the practiced eye of one who had navigated countless labyrinths, both physical and metaphorical. The darker path seemed more direct, but something about the quality of light in the clearing tugged at his attention. Well then, he decided, adjusting course toward the illuminated space. When in doubt, choose the option that offers better visibility for Mischief. As Loki stepped into the clearing, the air around him changed subtly, becoming lighter, somehow more permeable. Motes of golden pollen drifted lazily through sunbeams that seemed to stretch and compress in ways that defied ordinary physics. At the center of the space stood a single tree, unlike any Loki had encountered in his extensive travels across the 9 realms. Its trunk spiraled upward in an impossible helix, bark flowing like liquid silver that never quite settled into a fixed pattern. Branches extended in all directions, some bearing leaves of emerald green, others sporting plumage of iridescent blue, and still others draped with flowering vines that bloomed and withered and bloomed again in the span of heartbeats. Roots broke the surface of the ground before diving back beneath, creating a complex knotwork pattern that shifted whenever Loki looked away and back again. "The dreaming tree," Loki breathed, a rare moment of genuine awe overcoming his customary skepticism. At least Odin didn't send me on a fool's errand after all. He approached cautiously, circling the tree once to examine it from all angles. No obvious dangers presented themselves, though with Vanir magic, the greatest threats were rarely obvious. Still, a simple branch was all he needed. Surely a being of such magnificence would hardly notice the loss of one small limb. Loki selected his target, a modest branch at approximately his own height, bearing leaves that shifted between silver and pale blue as they trembled in a breeze he couldn't feel. He reached out, fingers almost brushing the smooth surface of the wood. "I wouldn't do that if I were you," a voice like wind through autumn leaves suggested from somewhere behind him. Loki whirled, instinctively drawing the dagger he kept concealed in his sleeve. The clearing appeared empty save for himself and the tree, yet the voice had been unmistakable. "Show yourself," he commanded, injecting confidence into his tone despite the prickle of unease crawling along his spine. "I come on behalf of Odin Allfather, and I will not be deterred by disembodied warnings." Soft laughter rippled through the clearing, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. "Always so quick to brandish weapons, trickster. Has your time among the Aesir truly changed you so much? There was a time when words were your preferred blade." The air before Loki shimmered, coalescing gradually into a figure that appeared neither entirely solid nor completely insubstantial. A being stood, or perhaps floated, before him, clad in robes that mimicked the colors of the dreaming tree itself. Where a face should have been, a mask of polished wood covered all features save for eyes that shifted hue with each blink, never settling on a single color. "I am Mirven, guardian of the Dreamways." The figure introduced itself with a formal inclination of its head. "And you are Loki Silvertongue, whose reputation precedes him across all realms of existence." Loki returned his dagger to its hidden sheath, recognizing that physical weapons would offer little advantage against such a being. Instead, he offered a bow of precisely calculated depth, respectful enough to acknowledge the entity's obvious power, yet not so deep as to suggest subservience. "You have me at a disadvantage," Loki admitted with a disarming smile. "Your name is not among those I learned when studying the denizens of Vanaheim." "Huh? Perhaps because I am not precisely a denizen," Mervyn replied, gesturing, with long, slender fingers that seemed to leave faint traces of light in the air. "I am more accurately described as a function given form, a purpose granted awareness. The Vanir shaped me from dream stuff and memory to serve as caretaker for spaces where waking and dreaming overlap." "Fascinating," Loki responded, though his attention had already returned to the tree and his interrupted mission. "And I suppose your function includes preventing visitors from collecting souvenirs from your remarkable tree." Mervin's mask tilted slightly, giving an impression of amused consideration despite its static features. "My function includes preventing foolhardy beings, even those of divine heritage, from unknowingly wandering into realms from which they may never return." The dreaming tree is not merely a curious botanical specimen, Loki Odinson. It is a nexus, a gateway between states of consciousness. "Then perhaps you might assist me," Loki suggested, edging subtly closer to the tree. Odin Allfather requires a branch from this very tree for purposes he has not seen fit to share with me. I am merely his messenger in this matter. Odin seeks no branch, Mervyn stated with absolute certainty. The Wanderer would not send anyone, even his blood brother's child, on such an errand without proper preparation and warning. You have been misled, or you mislead yourself. Loki's expression flickered briefly with genuine surprise before smoothing into practiced neutrality. Are you suggesting the Allfather lied about his purpose in sending me here? That would be most unlike him. The sarcasm in his voice was delicate, but unmistakable. I suggest nothing, Mervyn corrected. I merely observe what is, and what is currently is a trickster god standing on the threshold of a dream world for which he is woefully unprepared, reaching for a key he does not understand how to use. Irritation flashed through Loki. Whether Odin had indeed sent him on this fool's errand with full knowledge of the consequences, or whether the Allfather had assumed Loki would exercise more caution, the situation had become needlessly complicated. Still, he had not earned his reputation by surrendering at the first sign of resistance. Perhaps I understand more than you credit, Loki countered smoothly. Perhaps I seek not just any branch, but specifically one that might allow a skilled practitioner to navigate the boundaries between waking and dreaming with greater ease. Mirven remained silent for several moments, eyes shifting from amber to deep purple as they studied Loki with unsettling intensity. You speak with conviction, the Dream Guardian finally acknowledged. Yet conviction is not the same as comprehension. Still, there may be wisdom in granting you what you seek, if only to illuminate the depths of your misunderstanding. Before Loki could respond to this cryptic statement, Mervyn made a flowing gesture toward the dreaming tree. A branch, the very one Loki had selected, detached itself without visible breakage, floating gently through the air to hover between them. Take it, Murdoch invited, if you truly believe this is what you came for. Suspicion warred with desire in Loki's mind. The ease of this victory suggested a trap, yet to retreat now would accomplish nothing. After a moment's hesitation, he reached out and grasped the branch firmly. Immediately the world around him shifted, not violently or suddenly, but with the inexorable grace of a tide changing direction. The clearing remained visible, as did Mervyn and the dreaming tree, but they now seemed to exist behind a veil of softly rippling light. Simultaneously, other elements intruded upon Loki's perception. Structures of impossible architecture floating among clouds that formed perfect geometric patterns. Gardens growing in mid-air with roots reaching toward a sky filled with multiple moons of varying sizes and colors. What trickery is this? Loki demanded, though his voice sounded distant even to his own ears, as if traveling across a much greater distance than the few paces separating him from Mervyn. No trickery, the Dream Guardian assured him, its form now somehow more substantial than the surrounding landscape. Merely consequence. You have what you reached for, a gateway between waking and dreaming, and as one unversed in the proper rituals of passage, you have slipped fully into the realm of dreams rather than maintaining the precarious balance required to stand at the threshold. Understanding dawned with unwelcome clarity. I am trapped in a dream, Loki stated flatly, not bothering to phrase it as a question. More accurately, you are caught in the realm sleep of Vanaheim, Murdoch corrected. a state deeper than ordinary dreaming, where the consciousness exists entirely within landscapes shaped by both external and internal forces. The Vanir themselves may enter and exit such states at will, having mastered the necessary disciplines over countless generations. And those not of Vanir birth? Loki asked, already suspecting the answer. "You may find the journey more challenging," Mervyn acknowledged. "Though not impossible, particularly for one with your unique talents." Loki released the branch, which dissolved into motes of golden light that swirled around his fingers before dispersing. "Explain," he commanded, his tone hardening as he fought against the disorientation of his altered surroundings. "You have entered the dreaming realms through one of its deepest points," Mervyn explained, beginning to move through the shifting landscape with the fluid grace of one perfectly adapted to its nature. "To return to the waking world, you must find your way back to a thinner boundary. A place where dream and reality overlap sufficiently for passage between them." "And where might I find such a place?" Loki inquired, falling into step beside the Dream Guardian despite his frustration at being led rather than leading. Mervyn gestured toward the impossible horizon, where towers of crystal and cloud intermingled beneath a sky that couldn't decide on a single color. "Somewhere out there, a doorway exists that will respond to your specific resonance. The challenge lies in finding it among infinite possibilities." "Simply wandering aimlessly through dreamscapes hardly seems efficient," Loki observed dryly. "Indeed not," Merivian agreed, with another of those head tilts that somehow conveyed amusement despite the wooden mask. "Which is why I offer an alternative. A contest of sorts. A duel, if you prefer more martial terminology." Loki's interest sharpened. Competitions, challenges, wagers. These were domains in which he had extensive experience and frequent success. "What manner of duel would this be? I note you carry no visible weapons." "In the realm of dreams, imagination is both weapon and shield," Mervyn explained. "I propose a duel of dreamcraft, a contest of creation and control. Should you prove yourself sufficiently adept, I shall guide you directly to your exit point, rather than leaving you to wander." Loki considered the offer, weighing obvious risks against uncertain rewards. "And the rules of this engagement?" 3 challenges, Mervyn specified, each testing different aspects of dream manipulation. "No physical harm will come to either participant, though I cannot promise the same for pride or dignity. Victory requires succeeding in at least 2 of the 3 challenges." "And if I refuse?" Loki asked, more to establish his autonomy than out of genuine consideration. "Then you are welcome to explore the infinite dream realms at your leisure," Odin replied pleasantly. "Perhaps in a century or 2, you might stumble upon a suitable exit. Time passes differently here, after all." The choice, when framed this way, seemed obvious. Yet Loki had survived countless dangerous situations by examining all options before committing himself. "What assurance do I have that you will honor our agreement should I prove victorious?" "The same assurance I have that you will depart peacefully, rather than attempting to exploit dream-cog knowledge for mischief upon your return," Mervyn countered. "Which is to say, none whatsoever. We proceed on faith, or not at all." A laugh escaped Loki, despite his predicament. "Faith is not typically listed among my virtues." "Perhaps not," Murreville acknowledged. "But pragmatism certainly is. And pragmatically speaking, I represent your most efficient path homeward." Loki could hardly argue with this assessment. "Very well," he conceded with a theatrical bow. "I accept your challenge, Dream Guardian. Let this duel of imagination commence. The landscape around them responded immediately to Mervin's unspoken command, dissolving into swirling mist before reforming as a vast amphitheater. Tiered seating surrounded a central arena of polished stone, though no spectators occupied the countless empty benches. Above, the sky had transformed into a dome of shifting constellations that formed and reformed into patterns representing all 9 realms. "Our first challenge," Mervin announced, gliding to one side of the arena, "tests stability and foundation. Before engaging in complex dreamcraft, one must establish mastery over basic reality." With a graceful gesture, the Dream Guardian caused the perfectly flat surface of the arena to ripple like disturbed water. From these ripples emerged a simple wooden table upon which sat 3 objects: an apple, a goblet, and a small knife. "Create a chair," Mervin instructed. "Not merely an illusion, but a fully realized dream construct, capable of supporting weight, transmitting sensation, and maintaining its integrity when interacted with." Loki raised an eyebrow. "You begin with a challenge fit for novices? I have created illusions capable of fooling Heimdall himself." "Illusion is not creation," Mervin corrected gently. "A true dream construct must exist in multiple dimensions of consciousness simultaneously." Loki approached the table with measured confidence. He focused on creating a chair of elegant design with intricate knotwork patterns. For a brief moment, the chair appeared exactly as he had imagined it, perfect in every detail. But almost immediately, inconsistencies became apparent. The proportions shifted, patterns began to unravel, and the legs grew uneven. "You focus exclusively on appearance rather than essence," Mervin observed. "The chair fails because you have given it no purpose beyond looking like a chair." "A chair's purpose is self-evident in its form," Loki argued, frustration edging his voice. "Is it? Does a throne serve the same purpose as a rocking chair? Form follows purpose, not the reverse." Loki considered this advice. What was a chair's essence? Support, stability, rest, a place from which to observe. These concepts flowed through Loki's mind, replacing his rigid visual specifications. The distorted chair dissolved completely. Loki closed his eyes, concentrating not on what a chair should look like, but on what a chair should be. When he opened his eyes and extended his hand again, the chair formed from its core outward. First a sense of support and stability, then the structure to translate those qualities into form. The result was simpler than his first attempt, yet possessed a solidity that the ornate version had lacked. "Better," Mervin acknowledged. "Now, demonstrate its functionality." Loki circled the table slowly, studying his creation from all angles before cautiously lowering himself onto its seat. The chair accepted his weight without the slightest wobble or creak, feeling as solid as any physically crafted furniture in Asgard's halls. He ran his fingers along the armrests, noting with satisfaction the smooth texture of the wood and the subtle warmth it seemed to radiate. Details he had intended but not consciously specified. "Love it. An acceptable first effort," Mervin concluded, though Loki detected a note of genuine approval beneath the measured assessment. "You learn quickly when you set aside preconceptions." "Is that not the essence of the trickster?" Loki responded, rising from the chair with newfound appreciation for the complexity of dreamcraft. To see beyond established patterns, to find paths others overlook. "Indeed," Mervin agreed, "which makes our second challenge particularly appropriate. With another of those flowing gestures, the Dream Guardian transformed the amphitheater entirely. The rigid structure of stone seating and formal arena dissolved, replaced by an expansive garden unlike any in the waking realms. Paths of luminescent pebbles wound between flowering plants, whose blossoms changed color with each passing breeze. Fountains defied gravity, their waters flowing upward from basins to spouts. Butterflies, with wings of stained glass, flitted between crystal trees, bearing fruit that glowed with inner light. Miran's second challenge tests adaptation and improvisation, Mervyn explained as they walked side by side along one of the winding paths. Dreams are rarely static environments, particularly those shaped by multiple consciousnesses. The skilled dreamwalker must navigate constant change while maintaining their own identity and purpose. They arrived at a circular clearing where the luminescent path spiraled inward to a central platform of polished malachite. Standing upon this platform was a perfect replica of Loki himself, precise in every detail from the curve of his smile to the specific shade of his eyes. Interesting, Loki commented, circling his doppelganger with undisguised fascination. A mirror of self-reflection, perhaps? Or a more literal challenge of self-confrontation? Neither, Mervyn corrected, gesturing toward the duplicate. This is merely a canvas awaiting transformation. For this challenge, you must create a being capable of independent thought and action within the dreamscape. A temporary consciousness distinct from your own. Loki's eyes narrowed slightly. You ask me to create life? I ask you to create the illusion of life, Mervyn clarified. A dream construct with sufficient complexity to simulate consciousness, not a truly independent soul. Think of it as an elaborate puppet whose strings are manipulated by the dreaming mind rather than the conscious hand. His explanation did little to diminish the magnitude of the challenge. Even among Asgard's most accomplished sorcerers, the creation of seemingly autonomous constructs remained an achievement few could claim. Still, Loki had never been one to shy away from demonstrating his exceptional talents. Very well, he agreed, approaching his motionless duplicate, though I question the wisdom of allowing me to create an independent version of myself, however temporary its existence might be. One Loki is trouble enough for most realms, as Thor would enthusiastically attest. In the dream realms, actions have consequences of their own nature, Mervyn replied cryptically. Create wisely. Loki considered his options carefully. Creating a copy of himself seemed both obvious and potentially problematic. His own thought patterns were complex enough without attempting to replicate them in a secondary construct. A simpler consciousness would be more manageable, yet must still demonstrate sufficient sophistication to satisfy Miravin's requirements. An idea formed. Reaching out, Loki placed his hand upon the duplicate's chest. Become not what I am, he instructed the dream stuff, but what I have known. The figure began to transform, features flowing like wax as its height diminished slightly. The elegant attire of Asgard's royal court shifted into more practical leathers and furs. Dark hair lightened to golden blonde, and the lean physique broadened with warrior's muscle. Within moments, a perfect representation of Thor stood before them, from his confident stance to the hammer Mjolnir hanging at his belt. Interesting choice, Mervyn observed neutrally. Familiar territory, Loki explained, with a casual shrug that belied the concentration required to maintain the transformation. I've spent centuries studying my brother's predictable behaviors and limited range of responses. Replicating his consciousness, even in simplified form, requires minimal creative effort. Now came the more challenging aspect, imbuing this form with apparent autonomy. Loki circled the Thor construct slowly, focusing on the essence of his brother as he understood it. Courage bordering on recklessness, strength tempered occasionally by compassion, loyalty to family and friends, directness to the point of bluntness, a preference for action over contemplation. These qualities and more Loki wove into the construct, drawing from countless interactions and observations accumulated over their long, complicated relationship. The Thor figure remained motionless throughout this process, eyes closed as if sleeping upright. Only when Loki completed his circuit and stood once more before the construct did he speak the final element of his creation. "Awaken, brother," he commanded softly. "Find yourself in a strange realm, as you have so many times before." The effect was immediate and startling, even to Loki himself. The Thor construct's eyes opened, showing the exact shade of blue that characterized the real Thunder God. Its posture shifted subtly, weight redistributing in the particular way Thor stood when assessing unfamiliar surroundings. A furrow appeared between blonde brows as confusion gave way to recognition. "Loki," the construct spoke, its voice a perfect reproduction of Thor's resonant tones. "What mischief have you wrought now? This is clearly not Asgard." The figure turned, taking in the dream garden with obvious bewilderment before focusing on Mervyn with immediate suspicion. "And who is this masked figure? Explain yourself, brother." Loki couldn't suppress a smile of satisfaction at the construct's thoroughly Thor-like reaction. "Peace, Thor. We find ourselves guests in the dream realms of Vanaheim, engaged in a contest of skill and wit. This is Mervyn, guardian of these realms, and my current competitor." The Thorthgard's hand moved instinctively to Mjolnir's handle, another perfectly characteristic response to perceived threat, combined with limited understanding. A contest involving dreams and masks. This has all the hallmarks of one of your schemes gone awry. "Your lack of faith wounds me deeply," Loki replied with exaggerated injury, falling automatically into their familiar pattern of interaction. "When have my schemes ever gone awry? Would you prefer the list chronologically or by magnitude of resulting catastrophe?" The construct retorted with such perfect Thor-like exasperation that Loki actually laughed aloud. Mervan observed this exchange with head tilted in apparent interest. "Most impressive," the Dream Guardian acknowledged. "Your construct displays appropriate personality traits, consistent reasoning patterns, and contextually suitable responses. However," here the mask tilted toward Loki directly, "replication is not the same as creation. You have copied what exists rather than fashioning something truly new." Before Loki could protest this assessment, the Thor construct interrupted with predictable directness. "What nonsense is this masked one speaking, Loki? I am no construct, but Thor, son of Odin, prince of Asgard and god of thunder." Though a brief flicker of confusion crossed the handsome features, "I confess I cannot precisely recall how I came to be in this strange garden." "Of course you can't," Loki sighed, "because you are indeed a construct. A temporary consciousness I have created for purposes of this challenge. You possess Thor's personality and mannerisms because I fashioned you from my knowledge of my brother. But you are not truly him." The construct's expression cycled through confusion, disbelief, and outrage, all consistent with how Thor would react. "You speak madness, brother. I am no illusion. I think my own thoughts, feel my own feelings. Those thoughts are echoes of Thor's patterns, filtered through my understanding of him, Loki explained. Notice how you cannot recall any specific event prior to opening your eyes moments ago. The Thor construct frowned, distress crossing its features. I remember growing up in Asgard, fighting frost giants. But each statement ended with uncertainty. You remember concepts, not specific experiences, Loki pointed out, feeling an unexpected twinge of discomfort at the construct's existential distress. A struggle that resonated with questions about his own nature and origins. The construct looked at its hands as if seeing them for the first time. If what you say is true, then what becomes of me when your contest ends? Do I simply cease? The question caught Loki unprepared. Before he could respond, Myrvain intervened. Our dreams end, the Dream Guardian stated gently. Yet ending is not the same as never having been. Your existence has meaning in the pattern of the greater dreaming. Nothing created is ever truly lost to the cosmic memory. The Thorkenstripe considered these words with uncharacteristic thoughtfulness. Then I shall make the most of this existence, it decided, squaring its shoulders in a gesture reminiscent of Thor facing adversity. How may I assist in your contest, brother? Even as a dream, a son of Odin does not abandon family. This unexpected offer rendered Loki momentarily speechless. The construct had transcended its template, demonstrating a capacity for growth that he had not programmed into it. Your creation has exceeded its parameters, Mervyn observed, eyes now a deep blue. You have inadvertently introduced an element of self-awareness that the original lacks. The ability to confront fundamental questions of existence without resorting to denial or rage. An unintended consequence, Loki admitted with new appreciation. But not an unwelcome one. The most profound dream craft often emerges from unplanned confluences, Mervyn observed. I judge this challenge completed successfully, though perhaps not in the manner you initially intended. Loki inclined his head in acknowledgement of both the success and the implied criticism. Growth comes in unexpected forms, even for those who believe themselves masters of change. Indeed, Mervyn agreed, which brings us, appropriately, to our final challenge. The Dream Guardian extended both hands, causing the garden scene to dissolve once more. The Thor construct faded with it, offering Loki a final nod of acceptance that struck him as simultaneously familiar and utterly foreign to his brother's usual demeanor. The environment reformed into something entirely different, a vast chamber whose walls, floor, and ceiling were composed entirely of mirrored surfaces, creating infinite reflections that stretched in all directions. A single chair of simple design, remarkably similar to the one Loki had created in the first challenge, stood at the center of this reflective space. Our final challenge, Mervyn announced, tests perhaps the most crucial aspect of dreamcraft, self-acknowledge. Without understanding the dreamer, one cannot truly understand the dream. Loki approached the solitary chair with cautious interest. I assume I am meant to sit. You are meant to observe, Miravan corrected. What you observe and how you interpret it will determine your success or failure. With this cryptic instruction, the Dream Guardian stepped back, seeming to merge with the mirrored walls until only the wooden mask remained visible, floating disconnected from any body. When you believe you understand the challenge, speak your insight aloud. You have until the last reflection fades to reach your conclusion. Before Loki could ask for clarification, he noticed that the infinite reflections surrounding him had begun to change. Instead of repeating his current appearance and movements with perfect fidelity, each mirrored surface now displayed a different version of himself from various points throughout his long existence. The mirrors showed countless moments from Loki's life: a child practicing illusion spells in Asgard's gardens, an adolescent standing in Odin's shadow while Thor received Mjolnir, negotiations with dwarves, conversations with Freya about Satyr magic, countless shape-shifting pranks, and Loki seated at council, expression neutral while thoughts raced behind watchful eyes. These memories appeared randomly across the mirrored surfaces with no apparent organization. Some lasted seconds while others played through entire episodes in detail. "My life reflected back at me," Loki observed, turning slowly. "Is the challenge simply to endure this parade of reminiscence, or does it require some specific response?" Mervin's mask offered no guidance, but Loki noticed something important. Certain reflections periodically dimmed before brightening again, as if struggling to remain visible. Moving closer to one fading reflection, Loki saw himself standing alone on the Rainbow Bridge, expression unguarded. The emotion visible was unmistakable: loneliness, tinged with yearning that he typically concealed beneath wit and mischief. Looking around more attentively, he realized all fading reflections shared a common element. They showed moments of genuine emotional vulnerability, when his carefully constructed masks had slipped. "The memories I would most prefer to suppress are precisely those fighting hardest to remain visible," he murmured. This observation led to a hypothesis. Standing before another fading reflection, young Loki tearfully confessing to Frigga that he felt fundamentally different from his brother, he consciously acknowledged the emotion. "I remember this," he stated clearly. "The fear that difference meant deficiency, the uncertainty of where I belonged in Asgard's warrior culture." Immediately, the reflection stabilized, matching the surrounding mirrors. Testing his theory, Loki approached another dimming scene, returning from a failed diplomatic mission, facing Odin's disappointment with a facade that barely concealed genuine hurt. Pride wounded by failure, Loki acknowledged. Shame masked with indifference. Again, the reflection strengthened. Loki understood the pattern now, moving methodically through the chamber to address each struggling reflection. Some memories were easier to confront than others, but many demanded deeper honesty. Admitting jealousy of Thor's acceptance, acknowledging the pain of feeling misunderstood, confronting moments when his mischief had caused genuine harm. As Loki addressed each fading reflection, the overall pattern of memories began to organize itself. No longer random snippets scattered across infinite mirrors, the reflections arranged themselves into a coherent narrative, not strictly chronological but connected by emotional themes and developmental arcs that revealed patterns even Loki himself had not fully recognized. Time became fluid as he immersed himself in this process of acknowledgement and integration. How long he moved through the chamber of mirrors, addressing each vulnerable memory as it threatened to fade, Loki could not have said. Eventually, he realized that all reflections now shone with equal brightness, and the seemingly random assortment had resolved into a comprehensive tapestry that reflected not just isolated moments, but the complex, continuous thread of his existence. Returning to the center of the chamber, where the solitary chair still waited, Loki finally understood its purpose. He sat down, facing the most difficult reflection of all, a perfect mirror that showed him exactly as he was in this moment, stripped of all illusions and pretenses. The challenge, he stated clearly, addressing both the floating mask of Mervyn and his own reflection, is neither to alter nor escape these reflections, but to acknowledge them as integral parts of a coherent whole. Dreams, like memories, seek integration rather than suppression. What fades when denied only fights harder to return, while what is acknowledged finds its proper place in the greater pattern. The mirrored walls rippled like disturbed water, reflections blending momentarily before resolving into a single unified image that surrounded Loki completely. Himself standing at the dreaming tree where this journey had begun, reaching for the branch that had triggered his entry into the realm of dreams. Mervyn's mask floated forward, eyes now a deep gold that matched the amber light filtering through Vanaheim's trees. Well reasoned, the Dream Guardian acknowledged. And your conclusion? Balance, Loki replied without hesitation. Dreams require neither complete chaos nor rigid control, but the wisdom to know when each serves the greater harmony. In denying aspects of dream or self, we create resistance that manifests as distortion. In acknowledging all facets equally, we achieve integration that allows for true navigation between states of consciousness. As he spoke these words, Loki realized they applied not only to dreamcraft, but to his own approach to existence. His greatest strengths and most troubling weaknesses stemmed from the same source, his refusal to be bound by others' expectations or limitations. Yet, in rejecting external constraints, he had sometimes imposed equally rigid internal ones, denying aspects of himself that didn't fit his preferred self-imposition as the consummate trickster existing beyond normal rules and attachment. The floating mask nodded once, definitively. The third challenge is completed successfully. You have earned your passage back to the waking realm, Loki Silvertongue. The mirrored chamber dissolved around them, reality restructuring itself into a stone archway standing alone in an otherwise featureless plain. Beyond the arch, Loki could see the clearing with the dreaming tree exactly as he had left it, seemingly moments ago, though his dream journey had felt vastly longer. Muravan's form remanifested completely, no longer just a floating mask, but the same robed figure who had first intercepted Loki's attempt to take a branch from the sacred tree. Before you depart, the Dream Guardian said, there is the matter of what you originally sought. With a graceful gesture, Mervyn conjured a small seed that glowed with inner light. Similar to the dreaming tree's luminescence, this contains the essence you sought, though not in the form you expected. Plant it in soil, touched by both moonlight and sunrise. Water it with dew collected from 7 different flowers, and speak to it of dreams for 7 consecutive nights. What grows will serve the purpose Odin Allfather intended, though I suspect that purpose may differ from what he led you to believe. Loki accepted the seed with a mix of curiosity and renewed suspicion. You seem remarkably certain of Odin's intentions for one who exists primarily in the realm of dreams. Dreams and intentions are closely related, Mervyn replied enigmatically. One often reveals the truth of the other, particularly for those wise enough to interpret the symbols correctly. With this cryptic statement, the Dream Guardian gestured toward the stone archway. Your path awaits, trickster. Remember what you have learned here. It may serve you in challenges yet to come. Loki approached the archway, seed secured safely in a small pouch at his belt. At the threshold he paused, turning back to Mervyn with uncharacteristic sincerity. I seldom offer genuine thanks, he admitted, finding it generally more amusing to leave debts unacknowledged. But in this instance, your lessons were valuable, even if your methods were somewhat heavy-handed. the wooden mask tilted in what Loki now recognized as amusement. From the god of mischief, I accept this as high praise indeed. May your dreams remain ever interesting, Loki's silver tongue. With a final nod of acknowledgement, Loki stepped through the archway. The transition from dream to waking was gentler than he expected, more like walking from one room to another than the disorienting shift he had experienced when first touching the branch of the dreaming tree. He found himself standing exactly where he had begun, hand outstretched toward a branch that now seemed to wait patiently for his touch, rather than beckoning with mysterious allure. The quality of light in the clearing had not changed, suggesting that no time had passed in the waking world despite the extended journey he had experienced within the dream realms. Loki lowered his hand without taking the branch, a smile of genuine amusement crossing his features as he patted the pouch containing Mervin's seed. Not the prize I expected, he murmured to himself, but potentially far more valuable. Well played, Dream Guardian. Turning away from the dreaming tree, Loki began the journey back through Vanaheim's enchanted forest, toward the point where he could call for Heimdall to open the Bifrost for his return to Asgard. His step was lighter than when he had arrived, his mind filled, with new knowledge and perspectives gained during his dreaming duel. Whether Odin had intentionally sent him into this situation as a form of lesson, or whether the All-Father would be surprised by both the form and substance of what Loki brought back, remained to be seen. Either outcome promised its own form of entertainment, and few things pleased the god of mischief more than an unexpected twist in an otherwise predictable tale. As Loki departed, a gentle breeze stirred the branches of the dreaming tree, causing its ever-shifting leaves to whisper secrets understood only by those who had walked the boundaries between waking and dreaming. Among those secrets, perhaps, was knowledge of when the trickster god might return to continue his education in the subtle art of dreamcraft. For some lessons once begun have a way of continuing long after the formal instruction ends. The journey back through Vanaheim's forest seemed both shorter and more pleasant than Loki's initial trek. Colors appeared more vivid, scents more distinct, and the subtle magic permeating the realm registered as fascinating rather than unsettling. Whether this change stemmed from actual differences in the environment or merely his altered perception following the dream experience, Loki couldn't determine with certainty. Nor did he particularly care. The boundary between objective reality and subjective experience had proven more permeable than he had previously acknowledged, an insight that expanded rather than limited his understanding of both himself and the 9 realms. When he reached a suitable clearing, Loki looked skyward. Heimdall, he called, knowing the all-seeing guardian would be watching for his signal. I am ready to return to Asgard. The rainbow bridge of the Bifrost descended almost immediately, enveloping Loki in its prismatic energy and drawing him upward, through the branches of Vanaheim's ancient trees, across the vast emptiness between realms, and finally depositing him on the golden observatory, where Heimdall stood eternal watch. As "You return earlier than expected," the gatekeeper observed, his golden eyes studying Loki with their usual inscrutable intensity. "And changed, though I cannot precisely name how." But Loki offered a slight bow that managed to be simultaneously respectful and ironic. "Perhaps some changes defy even your remarkable perception, Heimdall. Or perhaps what seems changed is merely revealed more clearly than before." Rather than engaging with this philosophical deflection, Heimdall simply nodded toward the rainbow bridge extending from the observatory to Asgard's golden city. "The All-Father awaits your report in the throne room." Of course he does, Loki murmured, unsurprised that Odin already knew of his return. Whether through Heimdall's immediate notification or some other means of awareness, the Allfather's omniscience within his realm remained impressively thorough, if occasionally inconvenient for those who preferred to choose the timing of their audiences. The walk across the Bifrost gave Loki time to consider how to present his experiences. Complete honesty seemed unnecessarily revealing, while fabrication risked underestimating Odin's knowledge. A carefully curated version of events would serve his purposes best, a familiar approach that felt subtly different after confronting his vulnerabilities in the mirror chamber. The guards admitted him to the throne room without delay. Odin sat upon Hlidskjalf, Gungnir at his side, his expression unreadable beneath his silver-white beard. Loki, the Allfather acknowledged, as his adopted son approached with a formal bow. You returned from Vanaheim sooner than anticipated. Did you encounter difficulties locating the dreaming tree? The tree itself proved simple to find, Loki replied smoothly. It was the acquisition of what you sought that presented unexpected complexities. Odin's single eye studied him intensely. Explain these complexities. Loki recounted a version of events that omitted personal revelations while emphasizing the skill required to navigate the dream realms. He described Mjolnir as a guardian, the challenges as tests of worth, and presented the seed as a reward rather than an alternative. The Dream Guardian assured me this would serve your purpose, Loki concluded, showing Odin the luminous seed, though he suggested your purpose might differ from what you expressed to me. To Loki's surprise, Odin's features relaxed into what might almost be called a smile. Miriven's perception remains as acute as ever. The Allfather accepted the seed. This will indeed serve my purpose, which was never to acquire a branch, but rather to ensure you encountered its guardian. You intended for me to be trapped in the dream realms? Loki asked, genuine indignation coloring his voice. I intended for you to learn what only the dream realms could teach, Odin corrected. Mervyn has guarded the boundaries between waking and dreaming since before my father's time. His wisdom concerning reality and illusion exceeds even that taught in Asgard's most secret libraries. Loki absorbed this with mixed emotions. Being manipulated was irritating, yet the value of what he had gained could not be denied. You might simply have suggested I seek Mervyn's tutelage directly. Would you have done so? Odin countered, his eye twinkling. Or would you have dismissed such counsel as unnecessary for one already so accomplished in illusion? The question was rhetorical. Loki's pride would indeed have led him to reject instruction from an unfamiliar entity. Your methods remain subtle, Allfather, Loki acknowledged with reluctant respect. Though I wonder what you intend to do with that seed. What grows from it will find its place in the gardens adjacent to your mother's chambers, Odin explained, where dream knowledge is valued for its own sake, rather than merely for practical application. The mention of Frigga, the one being in Asgard whose wisdom Loki respected without reservation, softened his lingering irritation at having been maneuvered into Miriven's tutelage. If the seed, and whatever grew from it, would please his mother, perhaps the roundabout journey to acquire it had additional merit beyond the knowledge he had gained. I trust you found the experience enlightening, despite its unexpected nature. Odin continued, his tone suggesting the audience was drawing to a close. Loki considered his response carefully, settling on a truth that revealed less than it might have, while still acknowledging the value of what had transpired. I found it clarifying, he admitted. Certain boundaries I had considered absolute have proven more permeable than I realized, while others I dismissed as arbitrary have demonstrated unexpected purpose. Odin nodded, apparently satisfied with this assessment. Such insights are the beginning of wisdom, not its conclusion. I suggest you reflect further on what you experienced in the dream realms, particularly concerning the nature of self and the recognition of those parts we prefer to keep hidden. The specific reference to the challenge of the mirrored chamber confirmed what Loki had suspected. Odin knew far more about his experiences with Mirravin than he had revealed in his carefully edited account. Whether through prior arrangement with the Dream Guardian or some other means of observation, the All-Father had witnessed or been informed of Loki's confrontation with his own vulnerability and subsequent integration of those suppressed aspects of himself. Rather than acknowledging this insight directly, Loki offered another formal bow. Your counsel is, as always, worthy of consideration. If there is nothing else you require of me, you are dismissed, Odin confirmed with a slight incline of his head. Though I believe your mother would welcome an account of your journey should you find time to visit her gardens before sunset. I shall make time, Loki promised, this commitment entirely genuine. Of all beings in the 9 realms, Frigga alone could be trusted with an unvarnished account of his experiences in Vanaheim's dream realm, including those revelations he preferred to keep from Odin's all-seeing eye. As Loki turned to depart the throne room, Odin's voice stopped him once more. Loki! When he looked back, the All-Father's expression had softened further, showing a rare glimpse of the father beneath the king's formal demeanor. Dreams reveal truths that waking minds often deny. Remember this when you find yourself once more at a crossroads between what appears to be and what truly is. With this cryptic advice lingering in the air between them, Odin gestured his final dismissal. Loki departed the throne room with measured steps, mind already turning over the multiple layers of meaning contained in the All-Father's parting words. Was it simple philosophical reflection, or had Odin foreseen some future moment when the distinction between illusion and reality would prove crucial to Loki's path? Such questions would need to wait for their answers. For now, the gardens beside Frigga's chambers beckoned, where afternoon light would soon begin its transition toward evening, painting Asgard's golden spires with the amber glow that so resembled Vanaheim's eternal twilight. There, among blooms both mundane and magical, he would share his tale with the one being whose understanding transcended judgment, and perhaps, in that sharing, discover yet deeper meaning in what he had experienced during his dreaming duel. As Loki made his way through Asgard's magnificent corridors toward his mother's gardens, he found himself unusually attentive to details he typically overlooked. The precise patterns of light through stained glass windows, the subtle variations in the golden architecture, the complex harmonies of distant conversations and activities throughout the palace. The heightened awareness he had developed in the dream realm seemed to persist, transforming the familiar surroundings of his home into something simultaneously known and newly discovered. Perhaps this, more than any specific lesson or skill, was the true gift of his journey through Vanaheim's dreams. The recognition that reality itself contained depths and nuances that remained invisible until one learned precisely how to look for them. And for Loki, god of mischief and master of illusion, such insight might prove the most valuable treasure of all, hidden in plain sight like the most elegant of tricks, waiting for the moment when its true worth would finally be revealed. Our Viking tale has now concluded. You will now hear the peaceful sounds of a crackling fire and gentle ambient noises that will continue throughout the night without any interruptions, helping you drift into a deep and restful sleep. May the stars of the northern sky watch over you, and may you find peaceful rest until the morning light. Sleep well, and good night.